pleasant morning to all of you. I request you all to put your mobile phones on silent mode. I am Srishti Tiwari and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of my department to the conference on Synergistic Strategies for Enhancing Textile Value Chain, organized by the Department of Fibres and Textile Processing Technology, ICT Mumbai, in association with Textile Association of India, Mumbai Unit. In India, we take pride in our traditions, and one such tradition is to bow in front of the holy light before beginning any event. I thus invite our honorable dignitaries to kindly come upon the dais for lighting the lamp and request our HOD Professor Ravindra Kale to escort them. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Professor A.B. Pandit, Mrs. Roop Rashi Mahapatra, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Mr. V.C. Gupte, Chairman, Textile Association of India, Mumbai Unit. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya, Tamso Ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityor Ma Amritangamaya. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. We shall now have our Vidyapeeth Geet, Shri Rasayan Devi Ke.
जय दोष तुझा उत्कर्ष तुझा
I would now request our Vice Chancellor, Professor A.B. Pandit, to express our heartily welcome to our chief guest, Mrs. Rooprashi Mahapatra, with a basil sapling. Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor R.V. Adivarekar to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor A.B. Pandit, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I would request Professor A.R. Atle to welcome Mr. V.C. Gupte, Chairman TIE, Mumbai Unit, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Kedar Kulkarni to welcome Professor Radi Kale with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Professor R.D. Kale to formally welcome our delegates for the conference.
Good morning to everyone. Chief guest for today's event, Honorable Vice Chancellor, speakers and panel members, my faculty colleagues, friends and students. On this momentous occasion of inauguration of the conference on synergistic strategies for enhancing textile value chain, it is my honor and privilege to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to today's chief guest, Srimati Rooprashi Madam, who is the Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor A.B. Pandit, along with Mr. V.C. Gupte, Chairman of Textile Association of India, Mumbai Unit. I also welcome all the speakers and panel members for today's event who belong to various textile fields and department faculty colleagues, participants and students of today's conference, most of whom have come from different textiles of the textile arena. It has been a very long time that our department have organized any conference due to one or the other reason. So we thought of organizing an event which could create a platform where textile and associated chemical industry people could assemble and share their views and rich experience. So the speakers and panel members were chosen in such a way that it will cover the entire gamut of the textile value chain, right from fiber to dyes, dyeing to fashion and retail. And all of them are having industry experience of more than 20 to 25 years, and that too of having been work in different companies. We have also ensured that the topics like product stewardship, environmental management in the textile coloration process, as well as new areas of textile like technical textiles are also included. For any event to be organized of such a magnitude, the requirement of funding is of essence. So we have been able to garner the required support from companies like Azelis, Arcoma and CST. We have been ably supported by the Textile Association of India Mumbai Unit in organizing this conference. So having been given a brief introduction of today's program, I would like to once again welcome you all for joining us with your graceful presence. We have two more welcome address after me and we have already started little bit late. So I will stop here. Once again, welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Mr. V.C. Gupte on the dais for the welcome note.
Good morning, friends, again. I take this opportunity to welcome you all for this conference on synergistic strategies for enhancing textile value chain, jointly organized by ICT and Textile Association India Mumbai Unit. It is my privilege to extend hearty welcome to our chief guest, Ms. Rooprashi Mahapatra, Textile Commissioner, Government of India, who has kindly accepted our request despite of her busy schedule. Professor A.B. Pandit, Professor Ravindra Kale, ICT faculty members, and my TI colleagues and students and other delegates. I also extend my welcome to all speakers and panelists for accepting our request to make presentation on this interesting subject and share their experience. I welcome press and media also. Friends, ICT is such an institute where all of us have very close attachment. So whenever there is a seminar, conference or any other function, we all leave aside our official work and come down to ICT. It provides us a grand get-together and revive our old relations and memories. I rarely miss an opportunity to visit ICT under some of the other pretexts. TI Mumbai Unit has joined hands with ICT and would be soon signing a MOU. The aim of this MOU is primarily to establish and encourage both the technological and development activities jointly and perform collaborative programs in the areas of mutual interest of education and industrial outreach, as well as sharing of knowledge and industrial experience. This is the first conference which is jointly organized with ICT. TI Mumbai Unit also does not need any introduction to the textile fraternity. It is more than 70-year-old organization of textile professionals and with more than 4,000 members. It organizes seminars, international conferences and training programs. TI Mumbai also takes pride in organizing conferences on most contemporary topics. I'll just give you one or two examples. Last October, we conducted a conference on digitization. There were 4 international speakers and the main topics we covered were what impact digitalization would have throughout the textile value chain and how digitization would help and benefit textile industry in supply chain, timely deliveries and competitiveness. Earlier, we had conducted a conference on Textile 4.0. It was the first conference in India and second conference in the world on this topic. The main objective of this conference was to familiarize the textile fraternity on what is Textile 4.0 and what impact it would have on the textile and garment industries on efficiency and productivity. The topics covered were smart factory, automation, robotics and artificial intelligence to be used in textile industry. So these were the conferences we had organized and we organize always on the contemporary topics. Textile Association Mumbai Unit has its own premises at the very heart of Shivaji Park. We have recently redeveloped the premises and we have a training room and library among other facilities. We would be shortly starting and conducting short courses on textile related subjects. We invite all those who have not yet seen our new premises. Coming back to today's conference, Professor Kale has given you all the details, hence I will not repeat it. I thank Dr. Saptarshi, who has taken all the efforts in organizing the conference. I am thankful to all speakers who have taken efforts to share their experiences. I am thankful to all panel members who accepted our invitation at short notice. I am also thankful to all delegates for their overwhelming support to this conference. I am sure you will enjoy the deliberation and will feel enlightened at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Professor A.B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor, ICT Mumbai, for the inaugural address.
Good morning. Today's chief guest, Textile Commissioner, Madam Roop Rashi Mahapatra, Chairman, Textile Association of India, Western Chapter, Shri V.C. Gupte, Professor R.D. Kale, my old friends and colleagues, Professor Teli, Professor Adirekar, all the faculty of ICT, past students and the collaborators of ICT. Welcome to ICT for this conference, or I would say it's more of a brainstorming session to initiate the activities after COVID. We had Texpression, but this is one technical conference which we are going to look into. And the topic which has been chosen is most appropriate, where we are trying to identify the synergy which exists between various strategies. When you apply different strategies for different applications in the entire textile value chain, you have limitations. But when you start looking into a similar strategies being adopted for multiple applications, you can exploit the synergy. And synergy means not 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, but 1 plus 1 is equal to 11. And identifying such synergy in the entire textile value chain is going to be a future path and passage of research. When you identify these synergies, it doesn't mean you have ready answers, quantitative answers for those, but it at least allows us to identify areas where our current and future researchers should contribute to make these strategies or synergies more meaningful. Having chief guests in the form of Ruprashi ji, who has always been supporting all the ICT activities with full force and doing the best within her means, couldn't be any better to inaugurate and give the inaugural address on this conference. She, being a textile commissioner, has a complete understanding and know the expanse of the entire textile value chain and textile operation, be it from cotton picking till the final fabric and decoration of that fabric in terms of dyeing and printing, so on and so forth. We do all these activities in ICT as well, and even though people work, they sometimes tend to work in isolation, depending upon their expertise. But this particular conference is going to make them aware within the department, outside department, and you might have seen the collaborating institutes within India and outside India, where they would be in a position to start collaborating and enhancing or growing mutually together. If we are in a position to identify these areas where synergy can be really exploited to make that 1 plus 1 is equal to 11, I would say that the basic objective of today's seminar would have been achieved. I am also going to request the department not to have such seminar on this topic as just one-off seminar. You need a continuity of this to see to what extent the synergistic strategies have resulted in quantitative returns and how else we can keep on correcting or redefining the path or the road or choosing the appropriate areas where we see the benefits. So I would like to welcome you all on behalf of ICT to this particular conference, and I would request you to enjoy, to contribute, to participate, to learn, and make us learn as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Mrs. Ruprashi Mahapatra, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, to say a few words and talk about the textile value chain from her perspective. Mrs. Ruprashi, Textile Commissioner, belongs to 1994 batch of IA and AS. She was Director General Audit with the Office of Comptroller and Auditor General of India prior to joining the Ministry of Textiles. She worked as Secretary, Finance and Fiscal Reforms, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru, facilitating externally aided projects of World Bank and Asian Development Bank, financial inclusion, establishing integrated financial management system, Khajanail, among others. As Director, she commissioned the activities of the Fiscal Policy Institute, Bangalore. She has led audit of United Nations Organization Food and Agriculture Organization, and embassy mission audits in Southeast Asia. As a board director with Coffee Board of India, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, she led initiatives to develop the strengths of the commodity across the value chain in domestic as well as export markets. She closely coordinated with the Specialty Coffee Association of America, Europe, Japan, Australia, and South Korea to strengthen the collaboration of roasters and planter exporters to actualize farm to foreign connect to create a niche space for the unique coffees of India. Accordingly, she worked on the branding strategies with logos for the distinct coffees of India. She was the nodal officer of India at the International Coffee Organization. She participated in the International Coffee Conference 2010. She coordinated 3 Indian international coffee festivals and conferences in India with about 400 international delegates. She developed and implemented value addition schemes for expansion of domestic demand in order to create protective buffer for the producers against international markets fluctuations. She has traversed a wide set of portfolios, gaining experience from policy and execution in development administration, state administration, as well as policy program implementation in the commodity sector. Commerce Ministry, Government of India. As Textile Commissioner, her effort has been to strengthen the textile value chain by deciphering gaps, strengthening credit flows for enhancement of technological capacities in this wide MSME-driven sector, bringing collaboration among various segments of value chain by stronger stakeholder interfaces from textile machinery, fibers, production, international agencies, including World Bank, GIZ, UN agencies, mission and consulates, branding initiatives, academia and trade, etc. This is complemented with synergizing approaches from various arms of governance across fibers and domains covering traditional, modern, and technical textiles with focus on innovation and integration of research outputs from leading institutions in textile and allied spaces like IITs, TERI, TRAs, state institutions, etc. to contribute to Honorable PM's vision of 5 Fs, weaving therein concerns of sustainability and circularity while enabling textiles to continue enabling livelihoods. The underlying ethos is vibrant approach to sustainable textiles with rejuvenation and automation, vivid initiatives to kindle apparel sector, Vastra Vikas. I welcome you, ma'am, for your address.
Thank you, Shrishti. I think that was too elaborate, and I actually got stuck at the word synergizing somewhere in the while you introduced me. Respected Dr. Pandit, all our senior panelists on the dais, and personally, I am thankful to Dr. Kale. I would just say that though somebody mentioned that everybody accepted the invitation at a short notice, he actually booked me for today sometime in January. And he kept reminding me. So personally, I am very thankful that he kept reminding me till yesterday because I was in Delhi. And he actually accused me, ma'am, you have not yet confirmed. So I must say you are in the best hand of a person like him who thinks of a conference of this kind and works over on it. It's not just like one of the routine things to be done. He has put himself to it, and if he has followed me up so much, I'm sure he has been engaged with all of you on the issue for a very long time, and that for me, as of now, on the executive side, on the governance side, really gives a lot of confidence because personally as well as professionally, I feel this whole need of horizontal and vertical integration between academia, industry, and governance is so important for our textile value chain, which has its own strengths as well as weaknesses, and we have to keep working on the weaknesses so that we can be more strong than weak. Fact being that we are integrated to a very volatile international situations at times, and there are certain things which are totally beyond control of even the best of the governance is the most capable governance world over. So the idea is that our change should be so strong that we are able to take care of whatever is happening around us with least damage and maybe come out much more strong. So I think this is one of the conferences personally which is very well timed in terms of reinforcing the need of how to synergize strengths without really working in isolation. I would like to ditto what Dr. Pandit said, Professor Pandit said that 1 plus 1 should be 11. Yes, and we are quite a few of us in India, so it will be much, much bigger numbers, sir, we are sure with your guidance. Personally privileged to be here in this premium institute, which I always cite to everybody in the ministry as being the front runner in so many domains and has been contributing to the leading domain of whether it is chemicals as well as to us in textiles. And I was given some more data which you know better, but I will just love to read it out, that ICT successfully demonstrated and patented DBT ICT 2G ethanol technology, which has been taken up by our oil marketing companies. So, sir, personally, I feel I am coming to a domain which is too technical, but we are trying, as textiles, we'll try to extract the best support for our textile value chain from the brains and the interactions we have it here. Now, when we talk of synergy, I like the topic also, synergetic strategies for enhancing textile value chain. Dear friends, I would like you to just go through whatever she read about my experience. And initially when we joined the civil services, we always thought that, okay, I know only a particular line, how do I contribute to B, wherein I haven't had much experience. But over a period of now 28 years, I can be very confident that learning is a continuous thing. I have been lucky that I got such sector support, stakeholder support. And what I have tried to do is take the learnings from one domain to another domain, and thankfully one has been able to bring out a lot of structural supportive changes and strengths from one domain to another. One example I will like to give you, which may seem slightly out of sync with when we talk only of technical research, but in my case, primarily coming from Indian Audit and Account Service, people will say it's only into audit, only into the negativity, only into finding faults, only into telling what you are not doing, but that is not the case. One has learned a lot, and I had done dedicated analysis of financial institutions in Western sector of India. That gave me a lot of insights into the facts that though we have a lot of institutions, the credit flow to the MSME is not working out like that. And where is the gap? And the gap, some simple things, latest you must have seen that CGTMSE is a credit guarantee fund, trust fund, which is supposed to back-end the lending to the MSME sector by giving a guarantee. Unfortunately, the way it was initially structured, it was so conscious of the fact that its corpus should not deplete, that guarantees never came about. The lending agencies never took guarantee because the whole process was very difficult. And even the management there was always, oh, we didn't have so much loss. Why you didn't have loss? Because you in any case didn't engage. So, the first is don't allow people to enter, so you will not have loss. Then we change the perspective from the audit side that your job, your objective is to facilitate with due controls. It's not that you have to give doles. So develop systems so that the lending institutions can seamlessly have this back-end support. Yes, there is a guarantee fund. We can claim if there are losses, but we shouldn't really only look at the big ticket items. We should try to spread our, support to small. And that is where I feel the synergy immediately comes to the MSME driven textile sector. My privilege to have Dr. Teli here, because we have been reading his reports when we talk of the most important vertical where government had been giving intervention, that is of the technology support to the textile value chain. Now, when I tell my colleagues, some of them new in the ministry, that why it was important and it continues to be important, model can be different, need not be subsidy, can be PLI model, but being the fact that technology is the highest cost element. Again, my training on the finance helps me, but I'm just trying to say that it is not necessary that I work in A domain, I cannot bring that strength to the B domain. One just needs to see that knowledge is infinite, but we need to join the right dots at the right time and try to give the perspective of the people that why we need to focus. Like today, ministry is very seriously looking at the processing domain, really fixing that how do and what do we do to look at this domain and make it more stronger by analyzing the gap that this is where we need knowledge, funds, processes, evaluation, everything. Now, my knowledge or my training, maybe as auditor, as a finance person, helps in making it more facilitative, getting alternate funding arrangements, not necessarily charging the taxpayers' money. There are institutions. So, how do we tie that up? What I just wanted to give it across to all the people here. Yes, government is there to facilitate. It is also there to facilitate engagements with multiple levels. But first part for the technological institution as well as industry which is present here is to seriously engage not only for oneself. Most of the industry say, I have an R&D component or R&D wing which is feeding my own research. It should be more in terms of knowledge for knowledge sake. Distribution can be charged later. The ones who have bigger pockets can have a charge distribution of whatever they have patented. But we should have lot of sharing of knowledge, and it should not get into, the first generation of competitive market wherein I thought this is my domain. Now, another example I was telling to my escort in the morning, all of you might be aware, some of you who aren't, maybe I will add on this as an experience. I remember IBM as an entity in first decade, and I think it continues even now, used to tell all its officers to spend 1 day out of 5 days. Now look at it, normally MNCs count per hour their costs, but they would allow at a particular level of graduates, technical graduates, to spend 1 day on anything other than work. It could be taking international exams, it could be doing anything. It was like just leave them to their ideas. And which I remember then they used to have 12 international mentorships out of those ideas. And just look at the vision, the kind of sunk cost they will have it here. And maybe out of that, maybe only 2 will fructify, but they allowed it. Now, maybe government doesn't have that kind of wide pocket. We will have to get more in the domain, but we have to nurture at the mentorship level. We have amazing initiatives as on today with Government of India in the present form to support under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, in our case, our Minister Sir, to support startups. But that's a slightly higher level. We have been able to tie up with Technology Development Fund. They have actually very recently given us support to a startup in developing fiber from waste. Now that immediately comes to a major important synergy. The proposal was not from our ministry. It was some other institute. It was not one of our or aligned institute. But since I have my colleagues there, they immediately said, since this is your domain, you should publicize it. So I'm just trying to say that the job I feel is sharing the knowledge on the horizontal platform, integrating our students, our young brains, seniors, their patronage to everybody. And another thing, I have my friend from VJTI, ma'am also here. I always try from my own means. That was an interesting expression by Dr. Pandit, to link people with ideas to the right quarters. We have a lot of knowledge, but taking it to the next level sometimes becomes difficult. And most of the times, unfortunately, in the corridors of bureaucracy, because there are differential level of appreciation of the problem or the solutions, things may get lost. But that is where I consider my job, your job, to keep persisting on what we are doing and try to bring all these ideas, which could be anywhere, these are multiple flowers blooming, bringing them together to strengthen our textile value chain. Now, all of us know that textiles is a very, very important domain. And I always say that textiles being the first industry is at the foundation of the modern society where we are today, because the change from the feudalistic mode of production came with spinning jenny. So today we can owe ourselves, our modern society, modern civilization, all forms of production to textiles. Secondly, I always try to tell all my friends from the computer science that you owe it to the Jacquard cards in terms of the memory, which was initially inspired by the Jacquard cards. And that is again textiles. Coming to maybe the space and shuttle. We are all everywhere. So yesterday there was some discussion on some presentations. I said, you can say textiles is all permeating. My acoustics here also, I believe, must be the technical textile products, those walls there. So textiles is everywhere, and it seizes in the Maslow's hierarchy from just the security and esteem to now it's at actualization level. So we need to ensure that something which touches everyone, everywhere. Now, how do we enhance the value returns? For me, that is the principle, and maybe as governance, that should be value returns to all the producers in that value chain. Because if we don't do it for all, there will be always a fight for, eating somebody else's margin, which is the unfortunate part, and that is where we lose sight of what we need to do for the final experience. And synergy, another example which I feel is, synergy should be looked at in terms of the final customer experience. When one holds an iPhone, okay, maybe it may seem little elitist, any phone, one doesn't know how many processes have gone behind to make the experience so seamless at the user end. So same with textiles. At the final end, nobody really knows that my, wind, your fans of the wind energy actually are a technical textile product. A lot of people don't know. You may find it funny because you people know, but on the governance side, when I tell them, oh, acha, is that so? And I said, then you look at it, you are suo moto contributing to non-renewable energy. You are becoming part of what we say, a sustainable economy wherein we are trying to look at non-renewable energy away from fossil fuels. But in technical textiles, when you come to those fans, that is a textile product. So that kind of view one has to develop and get out of, try to fit oneself in the larger context of what we say, how do we contribute to the value returns of the producers, and how do we contribute to the planet. Now, that is another thinking. It should not be me, my region, my country. It has to be the planet. That has, there is no choice now. So now we are all have been debating for quite some time. Now we need to ensure that we are actually working on it and ensuring that whatever are the ideas are also grounded and they get, we are able to take it forward. Because, there is no choice for my, even the final end producers. They say, after 2 years, US and Europe will stop taking. I said, that should not be the thing. Whether they stop taking or not, I need to improve my processes. I may be having much better domestic market, and my domestic market may be willing to, survive on a scale of 6 on 10. But that will not help us sustain in the long run. So sustainability is not an alien thing. We need to improve processes. Now, question comes, who pays for the buck? This was the question I raised last time in Professor Nimkar's deliberation here. That is where we need to, I try from my finance side to see how do we bring in that kind of, motivation from everybody, that there are a lot of costs involved when we change the processes. But then, to all of you, my thing is, give us a solution which is easy to adopt and give the results. It should not be so complicated in itself, number one. Two, research should have its own credibility. It should not be run-of-the-mill thing. It should not be just, I'm just finishing my term paper. I mean, what I say is the words I have heard from a lot of students, not from these, but it's like, these are X number of credits I have to finish. So X number of credits don't really add up to the knowledge quotient that adds up to their resume for getting, an international internship or something. So that culture that we need to ensure that our next generation ensures. Now, from Government of India, largely, with this idea that we need to be sustainable in the long run. All of you are aware that we are looking at a lot of structural changes. We have a very distributed value chain, which has its own strengths. I being a field person, don't always subscribe to the fact that it is a weakness. It has its own strengths in terms of, when we say, if I look at it from say somebody who is doing business from Germany, he is very happy to take cotton from Gujarat and getting it finally as a knitwear from Tirupur. For him, everything is under one GST, under one country. He is very happy. These kind of endorsements I have. But then our people on the mass scale do lose out to some of the competitors. So major initiatives have been worked out over last few years. They will take some time to ground and give results. But all of you know that we have 7 PM mega parks which have been announced. Of that, almost 2 have been even launched right now. Third is in pipeline. This is in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Gujarat, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and Maharashtra. Now, we are looking at primarily reducing the logistic costs. Again, a very, very typical finance thing, but then the idea is that one should be able to reduce the cost so that our we are able to increase margins and value returns for each point in the value chain. It's not just to say that everything should be integrated by one person, but then it should be as fast as possible co-located to reduce the cost, and rest of the cost should also, with our integration riding on digitization under Gati Shakti, we are expecting with GST and Gati Shakti, 2 things combined are expected to help reduce lot of costs for the industry once we integrate. Now, herein the synergy comes, the synergy between central government and the state government at the 2 levels, as well as the district administration. When we talk of sustainability, we don't only look at whatever the policy central government is doing. How is one is looking at recycling? It will finally go down to the Indian urban infrastructure, wherein how do we build our requirement of fiber collection and recycling. PET to recycling, we are very successful, but fiber to fiber recycling is one thing which needs to be imagined, and we need a lot of inputs from technology as well as any other innovators to make it a viable business model of differential capacities, so that feeds into our whole recycling push, what we would like to. So that is, again, nobody is saying you reduced your production, but do it better. Do it in a process which is less damaging. So that's one of the focus area. PLI, any case, all of you are aware, 64 new projects. The idea is, yes, we need a big push to manufacturing, and in terms of 74 strategic projects, we have supported under NTTM. I think ICT also has given certain projects under IT. This thing primarily to look at the sustainable fibers, composites, sustainable textiles, mobile tech, sport tech, geotech segments under NTTM. We expect more. We have a good budget there. As of now, we have been able to only allocate 231.52 crores. I look up to the academia as well as industry to join hands into the products to fill the gap. And I'm sure Minister Sir has made it very clear in a lot of meetings. We also expect much, much more incisive work, because funds won't be constrained as long as it's a good project, viable, it's an innovation and helping the larger idea of how do I make the whole chain sustainable, enterprise sustainable, and sustain this planet, which is definitely running on thin margins. Then another thing on R&D, we had supported a lot of projects. I do have certain issues. Our doctor has from ICT, there was some patents have been done, but sir, I will look at it if we can do something about the releases there. But we look forward again. R&D is a focus for Government of India, because that's a macro thing in which we would keep supporting as long as, again, we have good products and projects which are coming forth. Now, another thing which is been bothering is the quality issue. Now, all of you might be aware, we have issued a lot of quality control orders. Yes, industry which has been representing also in certain quarters. But I do believe that there is no option beyond quality. One has to look, because that is where we will distinguish ourselves. I don't believe that we should go for lower wages like some other countries, because that will impinge on the purchasing power straight, and our people should be paid well any case. So we have much better labor index compared to some of our competitors in international market, but yes, they are able to sell the goods cheaper and largely on the lower wages. Now if we take out the labor and the wages part here, then I have to have a higher quality good to give. And experience says that if one gives a higher quality good, it becomes more sustainable, whether it is any service or whether it is any product. Across the board, even in something like electricity, if you give sustainable electricity, nobody really questions the prices. So the quality of service, quality of product, quality of process is a very, very important thing. And कहते हैं ना, देर सवेर, we just have to get out of that chalta hai attitude. We have to align ourselves to quality. It will be painful process maybe initially, but we will need to do it. And that is where maybe easier solutions can come from the academia. What happens that when we talk of asking anybody to change the whole dyeing process by something else, they will say, bhai, bahut cost hai, kaun paisa dega? But maybe academia, with your research, you can give a solution which is not so costly, bringing in some kind of digital intervention which can make the load of change simpler for all the people who are there. Maybe it's people will say, मैम आप हवा में बात कर रहे हैं, बट ऐसा नहीं है, हुआ है, बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स में किया है, टेक्सटाइल्स में भी हो सकता है. So instead of just being very this thing that I'm under stress, yes, there will be stress, so let us look at some other way of supporting the stress, but let us give the solution which is easy to adopt and get into really defined quality parameters at all levels, at all the MSME levels also. We have been requesting the larger players to also do the hand-holding. That kind of discussion is also there. Government is always trying to facilitate. If you give us the solutions, I will bat for it. That's my promise. I'll bat for it with our colleagues in the ministry, and we'll try to take it forward. That if we can, how to help the sector aligned to the quality standards. It's not, one shouldn't be really scared of them, the MSME industry. Now, anything else? Yeah, on synergy. What we have done when Sir said about the fiber end to the final end, in government, there is always, again, like in maybe academia, in research, we have different, very defined verticals to work. We have been having. We have tried to break those barriers. There is a lot of convergence on each thing, whether it be, cotton. We right now, last year, July, we had, I think, first time, at least in my memory and my reading, meeting taken by Honorable Minister of Textiles along with Honorable Minister of Agriculture. And he agreed that agriculture has to give much, much more focus. And of course, agriculture has much bigger things on the plate. So, or maybe they always also thought that industry is there to handhold because it's an integrated crop. So the fiber would be handholded by the industry because it's directly gets into manufacturing. But the kind of constraints we felt in 21-22 made everybody think. And as Honorable Minister has started, Piyush Goyal sir has started deliberations with a textile advisory group, wherein we have not only up to the spinning, which is considered first and primary user of the fiber, up to the final made up from the producer. We have farmers also. And Ministry of Agriculture has agreed to give support to very dedicated project to enhance productivity by adopting best practices, as well as, closer, what we call it, high density planting systems, etc. Because today acreage would always be a challenge, though we have increased in acreage from 123 to 119 lakh hectare to 130 lakh hectares. Cotton has its own challenges. We are trying to bring it even more closer to state interaction and that kind of synergistic, what we call synergistic approach, that it is not somebody else deciding something in one room. Everybody has been deliberating how to take on each issue, take it forward. Like a seemingly simple thing on cotton was that it has a lot of contamination because of the fertilizer bags. Which are used to keep cotton in, so those threads would cause the contamination. What required was changing the color of the bag. Synergy was required with Ministry of Fertilizer, which was done. I am very proud to share that all India, now the color of the bags have been changed, the plastic inside has been changed, so it will be easy to detect. It's now a colored bags. It seems a very typical problem, and apparently for 2 decades everybody said there is no solution to this. No solutions can be there, and they were not so difficult. It was just that we needed two ministries to sit together, and they have basically given the color code, and now we will have color, and I hope we will see the returns in coming year, because from September onwards they were not supposed to use the white polythene bags for fertilizers, which our producers, farmers used to use to collect cotton. So these kind of even small things to bigger things is like branding cotton with industry participation. On MMF, much more synergy with the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer. That kind of synergy is going on. We use there the word more convergence in approach. In case of textiles, like, on the handloom side, on the artisan sides, everything is being brought in together with under the Vishwakarma approach of Prime Minister Sir. So let us look at it that we have a lot of departments who just decide this is my annual program. But that annual program should feed into some annual goal or a 5-year goal or a 3-year goal. So, the larger thing is we have to go to $250 billion production, including, $100 billion export till to 2030. So we break it up and then we try to see which are the other departments, which are the other functionality, which are the other levels of governance who need to be brought in together. I won't say this was not being done earlier, but I think sometimes, the convergence wasn't so strongly being done, because now convergence is happening at the top level. Almost every day, almost every week, there would be a feedback on all the issues and who is the next actor who needs to take action. So that is what, again, I feel here. When I do the research, where does it get fed into? What is the outcome I am looking at? That kind of approach will need to come from the leaders. That outcome also should be focused. If I could make it clear, leave young minds to think, but if some bright idea comes, let us see that how does it fit into my defined outcomes. And then let us try to get the funding or whatever support they need. And I offer myself as an officer of the Government of India to help, I won't say from consolidated fund, but whatever are resources across different departments. I have been doing it very consistently. I have been bringing different departments into touch with most of our textile clusters. I have been making something like SIDBI get into interaction with all our entrepreneurs in smaller clusters also, getting additional DGFT and his teams to various clusters wherever they want to have a small lot of exports. So that's what I look at in terms of synergy. Enterprise has amazing capacity, but how do we give them an ecosystem in which they can flower the best, they don't feel constrained, and they are able to deliver and get better returns for whatever activity they are doing in the textile value chain. And herein, from this conference, sir, my request is, since processing is an area we are concerned, I think all of us are concerned, we would look for solutions, suggestions, which can emanate by the end of the day, which I can take back to the ministry, because we are looking at how do we facilitate support here. The traditional schemes, sir, are out right now in terms of the purview of the Government of India. There won't be any subsidy support, but it would be production linked support. So when we come to processing, there would be issues there, because immediate outcome in terms of financial terms may be a difficult thing. So how do we even, grade it and enable them for a PLI kind of modeling and support. I would look forward to that kind of input definitely, because this is, I think, one of the most premium institutes working on that processing segment for all industries, specifically for textiles also. With these few words, though, I had been given a mandate that I should speak for half an hour. I think I can take leave and I can open the floor for anybody to ask any question. Do I have permission of Dr. Kale? Okay, thank you. And anything else? Because there were a lot of things which I wanted to say we have done with other ministries, but that may be a little boring. But we are doing okay. This is something which may interest you with World Bank Resource Group, Water Resource Group with Government of Maharashtra. We have been engaging very significantly to look at water credit framework, and the water reuse policy has been decided. Water credit framework, and I think it may come to the next cabinet. Water credit frameworks, if it is developed, we are looking at that as a mechanism to incentivize people to use water better, something like your carbon credits. So it's like, the entities which are better, managing their water better, like Tirupur says, I'll be a seller. Yes, they will be seller because they are using it. So can we create a market there? Because then it gets out of subsidy, it gets into a market mode, and it rolls on its own steam. Similarly, on carbon credits, the work is on, and Ministry of Power is trying to finalize, and we have given our feedback on how it can help our industry. Anything else which this esteemed house suggests us, I'll be willing to take to ministry. With these few words, I again thank Dr. Kale and Dr. Pandit and Sir to have invited me. It has been nice to be part of all these conferences, because I can take back these learnings as if from the horse's mouth, and immediately it doesn't become a part of a government filing process. I immediately tell them that these are the recommendations which emanated. Of these, let us work on at least 1 or 2 or 3 and try to get the results. So I look forward to that kind of recommendation out of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor A.B. Pandit to facilitate Mrs. Rooprashi Mahapatra with a memento on behalf of ICT. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request you all to proceed for the high tea arranged outside the auditorium. We are already learning late, so we would request everyone to please join by 10:50 in the hall back for the next session. And to the dignitaries on the dais, I would request you to please come forward for a group picture.
I will come back for the evening session. If I take permission from sir, I have some official thing which has come up, and I mean to say I have to be on one-to-one with some responses right now. So I'll be coming back, I discussed, for the last session. So maybe the questions can be kept for that, or suggestions can be kept for that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. The dignitaries on the dais are requested to please come here for the photograph, and other dignitaries can move out for the high tea, and we will be very strict in time, so please join the hall back at 10:50. Thank you. Welcome back. I request you all to kindly be seated so we can start our session. So we have 3 sessions planned for the day, and in the first two sessions we will be having presentations by different experts from different fields, and the third session will be a panel discussion. And for the sessions, the flow is like that: we will have the talks consecutively, one by one, and after that we will have a combined Q&A sessions at the dais. Okay. For the first talk, I would like to invite Mr. Lakshmis Prabhu, Business Director, Care Chemicals at BASF. Mr. Lakshmis Prabhu started his career with Zest Aromas as Business Development Manager for fragrances. He has also worked with Unilever as Account Manager. He has worked with Dow Chemical, starting from General Manager Marketing to Strategic Marketing Leader of Industrial Coatings. After serving as Business Unit Head of Home Care and Formulated Technologies, he is currently Business Director of Care Chemicals at BASF. Sir, I invite you for your talk on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I think the benchmark that was set by Srimati Ruprashi earlier in the morning was really very high. I think she covered major pointers, especially on sustainability and across the textiles value chain, which is what BSF is really very passionate about. But before I get into the topics, I know that Srishti introduced me. Thanks for the introduction, but just for me to introduce to the whole of this audience here, I have now close to about 25, 27 years of work experience, born and brought up in Mumbai, all through in the chemical domain, into business development, sales, marketing, product asset management, held regional roles as well, regional responsibilities as well, and currently working for BSF as business director for Care Chemicals. And Care Chemicals, we have products, polymers, surfactants, chelates, and many main group products that we supply and we cater to the personal care, to the industrial formulators like textiles, which we'll be talking about, home care, and also adjuvants going in the ag chem business. So it's a breadth of industries that we cater to in the Indian market. And to that extent, we take this responsibility of sustainability and therefore the responsibility we have towards the environment and the society very, very seriously and with a lot of passion. I missed being the alumni of Udacity. This was in 1994, 1995, but by just about 2%. I think I was talking to Aparna about this. But glad that I'm invited and having this interaction with with ICT. By my hobbies, I like to play sports. I'm as an Indian, cricket is my passion. I used to play cricket as well, racket sports. But now, with age catching up, I'm more into running, running marathons. And the reason I say this, and I'm sharing this only because in 2015, I also ran for the climate change for ICT, the ICT marathon run. Yeah, the 10K one. And I got the certificate of this from the Sports Saga 2015 by Professor Adivrakar and Professor Bate, if I'm not mistaken. So I still treasure that certificate. Okay, so let's get into the topic, and I'll try to wrap up within half an hour, or probably even give some time back into your calendar. So the photograph that you see is about the BSF, glasses made of bioplastics, and the can you see is what we have. We sponsor some water ATMs, in Navi Mumbai. At a very less price of just about ₹1, or even at a very nominal price that people can go and have potable and drinking water, because that's one of the most important resources that we can look at conserving to make a better planet that we live in. In October 2022, the World Cotton Day, India's Ministry of Textiles, the Indian Cotton Corporation, and the United Nations Environment Programme signed an agreement committing to promoting sustainability and circularity within the textile sector. So what you will see in this slides is you will see some of the snippets of the COP26, where India became a signatory. in the conference of parties, which is about 90 countries getting together and signing and committing towards protecting the planet, committing towards environment and sustainability aims and targets. On the right, you see, I think, as alluded by Srimati Ruprashi during her pitch to us, about is India's march towards sustainability. Yeah, and these are very, very serious targets that the country has taken. And this one photograph here that I'm missing, and which strikes me very well, is about our Prime Minister, Sir Modi. Well, I don't really want to give my political preferences here, but I do remember there was one photograph where he was walking by the beach and cleaning the beach by himself, which was really very striking. It's when the leaders walk the talk. That's when we also, get fully committed to leaving a better tomorrow for our future generation. Yes, specifically on the India's march towards sustainability, we, as a country, we have committed to be carbon net zero or be, climate neutral on our emissions by 2070. As BSF, our targets are that we will be climate neutral by 2050. And we have a lot of ambitious goal, and we have a lot of commitments and investments towards, our sustainability targets as well. 50% energy from renewables by 2030, and these are some of the topics that I will talk about in my coming slides. About 50% of power generation has come from non-fossil fuel by the country. We are shifting from linear to circular economy. And these are some of the words that I think I will keep repeating over the next 15-20 minutes. Circular economy, renewables, biogas, bionaphthas. So these are some of the key words that you will keep hearing in the chemical industry as we keep moving, as we keep working. Reducing water usage in textiles. Now, this was one fact that I was discussing with some of my colleagues. I don't know where Prasad is. There you are, Prasad, and some of my colleagues over here. To make 1 kg of fabric, which would be something like a denim, you are consuming close to about 50 to 60 liters of water. Yeah, it's 50 to 60 liters of water, so making 1 kg of denim. So think about it. So these are real-time anecdotes. Can we reduce these water consumptions, to make a better planet tomorrow? You go to some of the, airports and some of the restrooms over there. You're seeing that the urinals have become waterless. So we all are looking at all these kind of real-time anecdotes where we have to look at conserving, the resources that we have from planets. So let's think, what can we do across the value chain of textiles and chemicals, as we're looking at conserving our natural resources. So sustainability in textile value chain, as BSF puts it, and as the industry also puts it, is the emphasis on your equity, which is your business, and which is your environment and your social responsibilities. And that picture is again a real-time picture where I think we've taken that picture from our site in Mangalore, where we have taken some children, and we have BSF. We had given some focused water education to the student community in India. Okay, a very interesting slide. Something that I would want to introduce BSF to this audience over the next couple of minutes. If you see that the picture, honestly, this is a fashion show that we had organized in somewhere in Greece, close to the north side of Turkey, and it is a real-time fashion show that was happening, and it was sponsored by BSF. So when you look at sustainability across the value chain of textile, you start from the ginning process, right until the shop, until the fabric house. We'll go one step behind. We will also include the farmers and the cotton seeds, because we have a business in crop protection where we also give insecticides, fertilizers in the crop protection for cotton. So BSF has started, or we have what we call the CSF, or the Certified Sustainable Fiber Max. It's a blockchain wherein which we include our farmers and give them credits on how they are looking at plantations of cottons, and how they are looking at harvesting of the cotton as well, going from that stage across the textiles. What it does is we are looking at how can the water usage be optimal, how the soil fertility can be well maintained, and how we are using products which are biodegradable and sustainable. So BSF, we create chemistry, but we create chemistry for a sustainable future, combining our economic success with environmental protection and social responsibilities. We have close to about now 11,000 employees across the world, as on 31st December 2022. The numbers that you see is our numbers as we ended 22, as in December 22, because we work on the calendar year Jan to December. We have 6 Verbund sites across the globes and about 239 other production centers. Now, Verbund is basically the site where we start from cracking of the naphtha right until the downstream chemicals. So that's what a Verbund site is all about. So we work across the chain of chemical, right from the upstream until the downstream. So you have cracking of the naphtha, from where you get ethylene, propylene, the C2, C3s, and from there we make our oxo alcohols, we make the solvents, and we make the polymers and the monomers goes into making our polymers and our surfactants. Yeah, so Care Chemicals is the business which works in the downstream, and we get our feedstocks from our upstream businesses. Around 82,000 customers from various sectors in almost every country in the world. As where India is concerned, BSF has its manufacturing site in Dahej and in Mangalore, with about 3 businesses which leverage from Dahej as well. Again, a very important slide when we talk of the climate change, and that remains to be a very greatest challenge of our 21st century. Swift and resolute action is needed to ensure that we meet the targets agreed in our Paris climate agreements. Now, on the left-hand side, we are talking about the supply management, and the right-hand side, we're talking about the circular economy, which contributes to what we call as a climate neutral future. Now, some of the important numbers that I would want to mention or allude to where the company is concerned, and that's how the industry is also shaping up, as I've been saying, especially in India, where we want to be carbon neutral by 2070, and India and BSF wants to be carbon neutral or climate neutral by 2015. So our target is to have a net zero emissions by 2050. So if you look at 2030, by the end of 2030, we would have at least reduced our gas emissions by about 25% as we compare to what we did by 2018. And as we compare to 1990, our gas emission would have been reduced by about 60%. This, despite the fact that our production is increasing year after year. So that's the commitment that we have towards what we call as sustainability, and that's all coming in from our biomass balance. That's all coming in from how do we keep replacing our fossil fuels into looking at renewables, bio-naphtha and biomethane, which would become the starting point of making our chemicals. If we are investing close to about 4 billion euros by the end of 2030. We have what we call within BSF about 5 strategic levers, which we constantly keep evaluating, and it's a part of everyone's targets, so as to say that are we promoting the right accelerative products, which in the form are we committing to our environment and to the society. So the 5 strategic levers that I would just want to kind of give some details about is BSF going from grey to green, which basically means we are meeting our electricity needs from renewable sources In 22 itself, the share of the green power was close to about 16%. The other levers that we're looking at is, can we look at power to steam? So in the future, what we will do is we will increasingly rely on electrification and energy recovery in steam generation. An example that I can allude to, and again, I would allude to our example that we do within our organization is in Dahej, in India, we have what we call the waste heat recovery boiler. Where most of our steam that we need for our production would be coming in from the waste heat recovery boiler, and we are not looking at any fossil fuel generation of our electricity. So these are some of the examples that we are constantly investing in and we are constantly monitoring. Newer technologies, developing pioneering carbon-free and low-carbon production processes, and I'll talk about some of the products that we are offering in the textile industry that helps sustainability across textile value chain. Bio-based feedstocks. This is something that we are increasingly looking at by replacing our fossil resources. Just an example that we could say in 2022. We procured close to about 1.2 million metric tons, or rather we produced it only from renewable raw materials, and that's a slide that I will talk about in some time. Other than that, we have continuous OPEXs, what we call the operational measures that we keep improving upon on our energy consumption and on our process efficiency of our plants as well. And that's where you're seeing this huge investment number that by end of 2030, our OPEX measures would at least come to close to about 4 billion euros. I'll talk about the circular economy in a bit as well. What do you see in this picture? The red fruit. Now, this is a very interesting, initiative taken by BSF. Yeah. It's nothing but a palm fruit, from where we have the CPO or the CPKO. The CPO is what we call the certified palm oil, and the CPKO is what we call the palm kernel oil. Now, if you go to any stores, every second product that you would see on the shelf of a mall or anything would be an edible oil based on palm. Yeah, and you take out from the fruit, you take out the kernel oil, which goes as a starting building block towards all your surfactants that goes into your personal care, that goes into your home care, that also goes into making of your textile surfactants as well. Just to give an order of magnitude of BSF's procurement, in 2021 we procured close to about 250,000 tons of palm kernel oil for our production. Yeah, and that's the reason it's so important for us to get into an RSPO, which is called the responsible or the roundtable of sustainable palm oil, the responsible sourcing of palm oil. Now, why is this so very important? While palm oil is indispensable for world nutrition, we need palm kernel oil because of its unique chemical properties for products such as surfactants, emulsifiers, emollients within the home care and the I&I applications as well. The ratio of palm oil to the palm kernel oil is about 10:1. So for every 10 tons of palm oil, about 1 ton of palm kernel oil is produced. Now, another interesting fact is, for 250,000 tons of the palm kernel oil that we are sourcing, about two times of that the hectares of land gets affected, deforested. Yeah, so that's the magnitude that we are talking about. Especially, I think most of the palm oil is sourced from our Southeast Asian neighbors like Indonesia and Malaysia and all. But and then we also have the labor issues that you're not using child labor. So we go right until the building block, and just to ensure that there is sustainable action that we are taking right from the start of our product generations. So that's the way in which we are committing to the environment and to the society. Yeah, I'll do that. All right. So I put that you see the reducing of the waters and the carbon footprint. So I think so with our solutions, there are two ways in which we can look at um, how we can help in the textile in the sustainability of textile value chain. One is by giving by offering products which is biodegradable, and another one is how do we reduce our water and carbon footprints in the process, which is talking about low temperature process, which is about shortening your process routes. And in the next couple of slides, which I will just run through since due to paucity of times, I'll just allude to some of the value that the products brings into your production and into your value chain as well. So let's go into the next slide. Lutensol G, it is a unique surfactant in the C10C18 carbon chain, having a unique performance of wetting and detergency. Now, what it does is because of its because it is flowable at a minimum of 8 degrees Celsius. There's no warm up required. So, and to that extent, you are actually reducing your energy consumption. The next product, I think you have here, Agnic CP72L is a polymeric surfactant, helps into contributing of reduction of what you call the total dissolved solids in effluent and BOD and COD as well, since it delivers performance at a much reduced active chemical. HP56A, so-called and HP56A, it's a unique polymer based on a PVP copolymer with vinyl imidazole. And this also results in savings of energy, because with this particular product, you would need just one instead of two soapings. So to that extent, you are saving your resources by your water reduction. Trilon M types of products, it's a chelate, where it's a readily biodegradable product and replacement to the phosphates. Agnic PG range and APG, which is made from 100% biorenewable raw materials, that's plant oils, palm coconut, and sugar. And the unique properties that we have is they're highly stable and stable to high salt systems. Now, I'm very sorry that I'm rushing through all these products only due to paucity of time. But let me tell you, that when Srimati Ruprashi said that, hawa mein baat nahi karna hai, all these products are sustainable products. They're excellent products of BASF, and we have commercialized these products. And these are the products that we are actually selling, not just into markets in US or Europe or in Southeast Asia, but these are products that we have commercialized in India. And the Indian textile processing houses and the formulators are all well using these products. Yeah, and we're selling not kgs also, but we're selling in tons and tons, all these polymers and all these surfactants. So, the last couple of slides, and I've already alluded to this fact about our renewable biomass balance approach. So, up in 1990 to now, we talk about 2022, and now going ahead by 2030, as we said, that our dependence on the feedstocks of renewable would be at least 60% less as what it used to be in 1990 on the fossil fuels. So at the early stage of the value chain, you have a renewable feedstock such as bio-naphtha or biomethane, which is used in your fossil feedstocks. And by the way, all these credits that we have in the value chain of our products are something that is certified, applying the TUV certified red cert, and we have all these kind of calculations, and we have all these kind of certifications into our production as well. So these are the last couple of slides. Protecting the environment without compromise on performance. Yeah. So if we look at the trends on sustainability of your textile value chain, what are we talking about? We're talking about renewable feedstock, which is 100% sustainably sourced. We are talking about significantly reduced CO2 emissions, and we are talking about independently certified bodies. And BASF is actively engaging in all these three buckets. and you can read through all these pointers. These are, as I've said, these are some of the keywords that you will see me repeating, and you will see that the chemical industry will keep repeating, as we move ahead. And by the way, this is not something that BASF is driving. This is something that is happening in India. This is something that's happening increasingly in the market space as well. And your marketing story is based on the eco-balanced range, which is collection of your renewable resources, and from those collection of the renewable resources, we are processing it into the biomass, which we talk about, the bionaphtha and the biomethane, that become the starting block or the building block of our production in our urban side, going down into the downstreams. We have renewable raw materials which is fed into the BASF's Verbund site. And then lastly, we make the sustainable product which we offer to the markets, to our customers, which is surfactants, polymers that I just alluded to a couple of minutes back. Before I end, this is one video that I would like to leave with the audience, leave your thought on. And I hope I don't have any technical challenges in playing this.
Humankind is facing its largest challenge ever: climate change. There is scientific proof, and the impact is visible worldwide. Research results from the Arctic are alarming. The ice is melting at an incredible speed. Extreme weather events are increasing. Leaning back and ignoring facts is not an option. On our journey to a more sustainable and climate-neutral future, we are setting ourselves new and even more ambitious targets. We want to make BASF net carbon neutral by 2050. Climate protection is an essential element of our strategy. Through our products and innovations, we help our customers reduce their carbon footprints and are thus part of the solution. At the same time, the chemical industry is energy intensive, and with that, CO2 intensive as well. However, we are taking on this challenge. We have made significant progress over the past few years. On this basis, we want to move forward even faster. We want to reduce our absolute CO2 emissions by 2030 compared with 2018 by 25%. Compared with 1990, this is as much as 60% less CO2 emissions. This exceeds the European Union's target. We want to accomplish this and at the same time grow and establish a large Verbund site in southern China. We will achieve this with our innovative strength and by bringing completely new technologies to life as part of our carbon management. We have already started operating the first test and pilot plants. We know that this transformation is technically possible, but we also need large amounts of renewable energy and a favorable political framework. If politics, industry, and society work together, we can accomplish energy transformation. But above all, we need bold ideas, courage, and entrepreneurship. We look ahead with confidence. We will successfully master the energy transformation for profitable and sustainable growth for BASF.
BASF. We create chemistry.
I will add to it saying that, while we create chemistry, but let's create chemistry for a sustainable future, building up on our renewable resources for a better tomorrow, for a better planet. Thank you. Thank
you. Mr. Arindam Das Gupta started his career as area sales manager at 3M Mining Markets Division. He then went on to work as sales manager at DuPont India. He has also worked with Arvind Limited as business head and vice president of marketing at Texport Syndicate India Limited Advanced Material Division. Currently, he is holding the position of vice president at Hearth Textiles. I welcome you, sir, for a talk.
Before I get onto this, I wanted to share my feelings. When you go to a temple, you feel pious, you feel like holy. when you come to an education institute, I mean, of such high excellence, I mean, you feel humble, you feel respectful to, such learned people around. So, it's not that I have come to educate or, tell something new, I mean, about textiles or technical textiles. But the basic idea is, just to forward a kind of message which is there, and and put it in the brief, so that if you want, we can have some discussions going ahead. Uh, so basically, to start with, what is technical textiles? I mean, I'll not go, as per this slide, in the interest of time. So I'll not put it in that order. So basically, to keep it short, what is technical textiles and how it is different from the core textiles? I mean, core textiles is something which is mostly used for the aesthetic purposes. Technical textiles is something which is used more for the performance parameters, which can be like performance, efficiency, various other parameters are there. So that's basically the thing. And now, getting into some of the business details, it's nothing related to our company. I mean, we'll come to our company much later. So basically, technical textiles is one of the areas which is now, I mean, the analysts or the market experts, the industry experts, they're saying that this is something for the future. So maybe even for the students around, I mean, I just wanted to share some data. Of course, these data are all available, published by the Ministry of Textiles. The total global market is about $272 billion. Indian market is only about $22.5 billion. The total trade exports globally is about $126 billion, while in India it's about 2.85 billion dollars. The penetration level, I mean, the penetration level globally is around 30 to 70 percent. I mean, varying between 30 to 70%. Whereas in India, it is only about 6 to 10%, even though, 10 to 12% is what the ministry data says. But generally, if you do some Googling, I mean, you would feel, I mean, you will see most of the places they say it's between around 10% or 6 to 10%. The growth rate, yes, we are growing at about 10%, whereas the global technical textiles is growing at about 4.4%. Now, just a snapshot of the Indian technical textile thing. Even though, I mean, we are the fifth largest technical textile market globally, but as I showed, we are only about $22 billion market as compared to, I mean, 250 plus billion dollars globally. So we are really pretty small there. Our exports have been $2.8 billion in the year 21-22, as compared to the global, the total exports had been $126 billion. So we are hardly anything. I mean, we are just born, I mean, in that way. The penetration, like around 10%, the growth rate currently is about 10%. For the last 5 years, which the ministry is trying to push it to like 15 to 20% for the next 3 years or so. I mean, if anybody has any question, I'll stop there. Otherwise, in the interest of time, I'll quickly move through the major points. So this is the year on year, the India's export vis-a-vis the imports and the balance of the trades, and the growth percentage year on year, I mean, for the exports and imports. So only thing is, the pointer is this one, right? The only thing is, in 2019-20, this is for the first time we became a net positive export. So that was only from 2019 onwards, you will see this figure going up. And it is poised to grow, I mean, strongly with the government supports and the different schemes which the government has put in now. Why I am saying this, I am trying to put this point forward to the student community here, that, this is something, technical textile is going to be one of the major growth engines for the entire textiles. I mean, even though it would be a sub part of the entire textile thing, but it would be a faster growing thing, and it would involve a lot of employment. It would involve a lot of business generation. Yeah. So 2019-20 onwards, we became net positive, And this $2.8 billion, which it was in 2021-22, the government has plans that it should reach around $10 billion in the next 3 years, next 3 to 5 years. I mean, exact time parameter, it varies from different publications, but as per Minister Piyush Goyal, we expect 15 to 20% growth on the exports year on year. Now, why technical textiles is only the future? I mean, of course, everything is future, but why it is so important? Because there has been a natural tendency worldwide for a shift from natural fibers to man-made fibers. Because man-made fibers can be engineered more easily. It can be made to more specific uses. It can be easily customized. The growth potential of specialty fibers which are coming up with new customer demands, new security demands, new battery filtration separation demand, or be it the windmill, the carbon fibers, or be it the glass fibers. There are, various specialty fibers, ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, or the aramides, or there are various things. I'm not getting into the details. So there are various specialty application areas are coming up for which newer adoption and faster adoption is happening. That is why quick adoption. Now, there are large employments which are generated. First of all, it is growing at a larger pace. It is getting quickly adopted, and of course, with the different government schemes also, there are different jobs which are created. Of course, with all that said, the large export potential is something which is driving, which is something creating a lot of interest. There are a lot of strong research, development, innovations involved in it. So it's a high knowledge area. So because it's a high knowledge area, there is a scope for the technical community, the scientific community to work and further develop and innovate further. And of course, it would attract a lot of JVs, lot of foreign investments. So that is why in brief, technical textile, even though it's a part of sub part of the overall textile, but it would have a faster growth. That's what the analysts say. So as per the government classification, technical textile is categorized into agrotech, build tech, home tech, pack tech. So these are basically, I'll not take time. So I know we are running behind the schedule, but there are basically 12 different areas. Like mobile tech is related to the mobility, the vehicles and all. The geotech is something related to the earth protection and all that. I'll just put some of this. Protech is something which is related to the safety garments and the defense people, what they wear, the fire retardant, bullet resistant vests and all that. So just to give you a few examples, on the pictures, so that people can relate to where it is being used. So you can, I think most of the people know him, Abhinandan. So when he actually ejected out of his aircraft and landed in Pakistan, he was wearing a, that's Nomex, metaramides. So he was wearing a Nomex garment, which is a technical textile, that it would not catch fire, it would have high thermal resistance, all and various other parameters are there. So these are the high altitude defense forces, which are, like Siachen glaciers and these places where they work under very extremely cold temperatures, like -50, -60 degree centigrades. So, that's a typical combination of, of parameters which are there in their garments, which protects them from that snow, from that high wind speed, from that, sometimes it might rain, sometimes, and then again, it's made in that color so that it camouflages with the surroundings in the snow when, for the enemies. These are the chemical protection garments, bullet resistant vests, industrial garments. So, I'll just skip through. This is something very basic. The mobile tech, where the car covers to seat belts, to tire cords, to, this airbag fabrics and seat covers and floor mats. when it comes to the industrial products, the Indu-Tech. So they're basically the ropes, the fiberglass insulation materials, the conveyor belts, driving belt, the power transmission drive belts, the abrasives. So these are all basically related to the industry part. The home tech is something again where these are various products which are related to home for various applications, splash proof, stain proof, or various others. If you want a complete blockout of the sunlight, if you want a dim out, if you want a translucent kind of curtains, blinds, of course, mosquito net is also there. Now, again, when it comes to the Meditech, the medical requirements, where there are a lot of the hygiene factors, the doctors' gowns, the surgeons' gowns. Sports is becoming very, very, popular nowadays. Starting from sleeping bags to astroturfs to hiking tents to sports shoes. These all comes under these sports tech, technical textiles field. Now, just to give you an example, the market is expanding, the adoption is happening. Just to probably which year was that when the Indian team went to play football and they were playing barefoot. Now it's not just shoes. I mean, they want specific shoes with the specific performance properties. So the customers, the industrial customers also are becoming more and more critical of the performance. So they want the particular product which serves their purpose. So that is why the adoption rate is getting faster. These are like crop protection from UV rays or from insects, from hailstorms. I mean, there are various kinds. There are a lot of fabrics used. These are the agrotechs. Then again, the geotech, this road construction or the soil erosion or the creating quick barriers, these are for the cloth tech, for making garments and all. A lot of accessories like the shoelaces or the zipper, various kinds of fabrics with various performances. Now that's in a nutshell, just photographs, just to give a flavor of what is the vastness, and that is only the tip of the iceberg. There are lot many other products which technical textiles covers. Now coming to what I was again and again saying, that this is a fast growing segment and government has been trying to boost up the growth with various kind of strategies and supports from the ministry. I mean, that has been really putting a lot of support on that. So like Ruprashi madam had been talking in the morning about some of these schemes. One is the National Technical Textile Missions, where I know I heard that, I mean, of course the college must be working on several R&D projects, and then the that has got 4 stages. So I'll not get into the details of that. So already something around 1480 crores has been allocated, and then they would do it by steps. Similarly, production linked incentives for to promote, to incentivize the productions and the volumes, that has been there. And then this PM Mitra, which is that mega infrastructure textile region and apparel parks. That entire F2F, I mean 5F, that what is that, farm to fabric to factory to fashion to foreign, I mean the export. So all the 5Fs integrated. So generally from spinning to weaving to dyeing processing to garment manufacturing and similar other activities, they are all in that same park. Around 1,000 acres of each of those 7 mega projects would be there. The logistic cost saved, the operational efficiencies are much higher, the delivery times are much shorter. So, I mean, overall boosting, I mean, of course, it would positively affect the quality, and it would, and the service, and it would drop down the costing as well. So it would make us much more competitive. I mean, last couple of years, I mean, I came to know that, I mean, we have been losing quite a few orders. I mean, our companies have been losing quite a few orders to Bangladesh and Vietnam when it comes to garmenting. So these kind of things are certainly going to boost. So, I mean, again, like this is the total value chain, right from fiber manufacturer, I mean, natural or man-made, to spinning, to weaving, to, whatever the value add like coating or lamination or dyeing or whatever the other value adds are put on the fabric to the end product which is being manufactured. So synergy and coordination between between all these steps of the value chain would certainly promote operational efficiency as well as bring the cost down, will make us competitive in the market, and so this, because we have been looking for a very fast growth rate, and this technical textiles, we have already become net positive exporter and looking to grow from $2.8 billion to $10 billion in next 3 years. So, this is the perfect example of, setting the Atmanirbhar goals for our country, which, we have been dreaming of. Of course, export has to grow up. That is the primary thing we look at. Man-made fibers production in India is still something that is, very few. Most of the specialty fibers are not manufactured in India, or whatever are made are very few. So that is one area which we need to, develop. Market penetration is very small. Like I said, it's just 6 to 10%. So once this pie becomes bigger, this entire, $22 billion Indian market will certainly become, of course, we are expecting that to hit about $30 billion in next few years. So it would be bigger and bigger. Now coming to the sustainability part of it. Now, see these plastics. Now we have seen this trend already happening. These single-use plastic carry bags have already been restricted in, of course, some of the times we see, but this has already been banned. Plastic banners, of course, it has again come with some restrictions on the micron levels and all. Like Mr. Anjani Prasad was saying that 92 million tons of plastic waste is dumped every year, and it would be 134 million tons very soon. So that's true. So why not we use fabric substitutes? Even banners of these kind of things. We can have recyclable banners. Today we have biodegradable and recyclable things. Already, so there are several states like Kerala or even Karnataka in some portions. They have stopped the plastic banners. They are going for recyclable or biodegradable. Biodegradable is basically based of cotton or something else, cotton or other natural mixed. So recycle, zero waste. These are things which technical textiles. This is little bit of discipline in the technical textiles, if that is brought in, where like sir was saying, the RSL compliant chemicals are being used, and responsibility things are made, avoiding these hazardous dyes and all, convert the single-use plastic products with eco-friendly recyclable products. So this entire, technical textiles can play a very major role in achieving the sustainability goals also. So just in the conclusion, I don't want you to go through this text-rich screen. I hope I have 2 minutes, right? See, out of the entire $256 billion global market, we are only $22 billion. Out of the entire this $2.85 billion is our export, whereas the total global export is $126 billion in the technical textiles. But it happens. Generally, if you observe most of the developed countries, even though technical textile is not directly related to disposable income, like in the other textile part, but whenever, the per capita income of people in region, it crosses around $2,500 to $3,000, it is seen that the technical textile adoption in the market has also increased. Because once, the people has, per capita income, they would start putting curtains in their house. They will start putting, mattresses, mattress protectors. They will have blinds, or or other things. They will buy better shoes with breathable laminated fabric. So thing is that we are yet to see the peak, I mean, the good times of the technical textiles in India. So we are on the correct side of the curve. I mean, the good times are yet to come. And with the entire support of the industry, the academic background, and with the kind of knowledge and the infrastructure we have in the country, this is certainly going to happen. So technical textile certainly is going to be the future. I mean, it may not be very easy because of a very fragmented market, very price sensitive market, L1 based market, I mean, which we say, or whatever, So, but still, this technical textile, I mean, even we get distracted with these everyday challenges at times, but I mean, we are just yards away from, reaching that point where, the market will pick up significantly. So, and it would pick up, and it would stay there for decades to come. And that is why, technical textile is one of the areas which can contribute significantly towards sustainability goals, towards our Atmanirbhar goals, and also can provide large employments and large contribution to our GDPs. I mean, I want to finish it off here. Hope I am within time.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Somesh Bhomik to come over for his talk. Mr. Somesh Bhomik started his career as Vice President at Sarla Fabric Private Limited. He then held the position of Vice President of Processing and later Operations at Birla Century and Birla Cellulose respectively. Currently, he is Vice President of Operations at Birla Cellulose Grasim. I welcome you, sir, for your talk.
My dear respected sir, colleagues, everybody is here. I think it is the best audience to make myself give examination rather than speaking something. Okay. Now started career in Sahi Export at that time. I always say big journey of my career. I think a lot of things spoken by our honorable minister sir and some of the experts of Indian gloomy side of garment or the export. But I have seen the bright side because I started career Sai Export when it was little bit 200 crore something, not even top 10 in globally. And we realized at that time, 1998, what Madam has told correctly, the processing is our weak point. And we infused 52 crore 1998 to start a continuous bearing a range in a process house somewhere in Delhi, Ghaziabad, to backhand as an export house. So imagine how visionary at that time we thought to start. And one thing, somebody may hurt it, don't hurt it, because our owner, Mr. Ahuja, used to say, I will not take any processing expert from Indian textile mill. All are biased with their old glory, because we have in dynamic condition, dynamic market, and I am importing around 80% fabric from China, 20% India. Down the line 10 years, I want to reverse it. So I need black discharge, black Prussian print, weight rubbing 3. The challenge. I think those who are in that processing, they may know. In India, sir, 1 से ज़्यादा नहीं आता है, बहुत मैं रगड़ूं तो 1.5 आएगा. At that time, okay. Blotch print. And I need turquoise, the weight rubbing, and also water fastness. I think Anjani sir is here. Tinting नहीं होना चाहिए. Citamol WS 2 gram. Typical patent recipe. Okay. 40-50 GSM, 60 GSM fabric continuous में चलता नहीं है, फट जाएगा. क्यों? The continuous ranges of machine are being made. The load cell is 200 kilopascal. To withstand that strength, you need the minimum 40s poplin, which was the very popular fabric. We asked Benninger, and I was very lucky to get one mentor He's probably one of the best textile processors I have seen. I think some of you may know that he under people, Mr. Pradeep Pathak. He is exceptionally knowledgeable people. He asked Benninger, you modify the load cell to 50 kilopascal. I want to run cambric foil and cambric, 60s cambric, 82 GSM and 90-70 foils of 52 GSM fabric in continuous range. And they did it. And then Alok has started, then everybody started, is possible. We got an order 50 lakhs meter of rayon Georgette. जिगर इंच में चला है तो 3 महीने में डिलीवरी होगा. And that was from H&M. One of my colleagues took the challenge, Benninger में pre-treatment में चलाएंगे और चला दिया 15 lakhs meter. And the people at that time, I think from Siva at that time, they knew. Again, some story I'm just sharing how the processing developed. I think some of the experts can say the iron binding capacity at that time, 6 to all 200, 250. Now it has gone to 600 today, I think. And talks has came, lot of developments had came. Pinhole, one of the biggest problem, lot of textile processing people lost their job. Pani mein iron aa jata hai. Difficult, oxidative bleach started. So these are the developments. Always happens in India, it is very simple that necessity is the mother of invention. If we have to give a delivery 54 days to H&M or 54 days to bestseller or at some of the European customer, you have to find the solution and you will find the solution. That is what I think is the strength of Indians or strength of Indian process. It is possible. Okay. Anyway, let us start little bit of our company's point, a little bit of what we call synergy of value chain. Then we will go what are the developments we did with our MMCF fiber, what we call is a man-made cellulosic fiber, like modal viscose, what is the common problems. People all talk about the shrinkage problem, people all talk about this tearing strength problem, etc. Now we overcome. I now serving a textile research institute of Aditya Birla Group, where we directly work with the value chain partner or the customers or the processors, where we find the solution and we solve in the ground level. That is how we start. Now the synergy we call is in Indian. We all know that today, I think yesterday Gatex, Mr. Prasad was there. We have around 175 billion meters. Around 30% is excess capacity. We are not capacity filled up. In everywhere, now the capacity is not a constant. Constant is synergy. Constant how textile is so diverse, every mill cannot be expert in every fabric. Some are bottoms, some are shirtings, some are ladies wear, some are top wear. Okay. Now some are lightweight denim, some are heavyweight denim, some are cotton based denim, some are synthetic based denim. So how can we synergy that? That we can utilize the maximum capacity. Whenever we talk about the sustainability, what do we talk about? We talk about the resource utilization. That is the first thing. Now to use the resource utilization, the complete capacity utilization is the first thing we have to look after. Now these are the some, we have started 2005 the scheme of integrated textile park, then it has come to the textile mega park. Now a lot of people are asking me, garment unit to ban gaya Bangalore mein, Noida में टेक्सटाइल पार्क बन रहा है दूसरी जगह, हाउ टू इंटीग्रेट? लेकिन फैब्रिक तो एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाना है. तो हमने ठीक है, चाइना हैज डन लॉन्ग बैक, वी हैव स्टार्टेड नाउ, लेट अस स्टार्ट ए न्यू चैप्टर. माय अर्ज इज दैट हाउ टू मेक दैट लॉजिस्टिक्स, दैट फ्रॉम दिस मेगा पार्क द फैब्रिक कैन ट्रांसपोर्ट टू द लोकल already developed garment units, where we can go, we can see that how quickly and how economic is a big problem. I asked somebody when Bardhaman has started plant in Bhudni, I was there. I asked one of their person who started initiation, Mr. B.K. Chaudhary, okay, why Bhudni? He told me very beautiful. 850 kilometers, you can go to Calcutta, Bombay, Delhi and Bangalore from here. Overnight, transport your goods. It is, I am talking about 2004. Bhudni is a place MP near Hosangabad, from where you can transport the goods of the garment or the what is called OTC all across India by 8 to 850 kilometers. That is what is. So why we did not see that textile mega part there? Okay, that is a lot of other questions. Anyway, next slide, please. Now we must see that individual capacity, capability. Rather, how can we see to the individual to industry capacity or the as a whole capacity. You know that China has integrated their marketing, I think 25 years before. That if you ask for capacity, they will not go for which mill is doing what is doing, how much million meter you need. After giving 50 meter of sample, the next mail will come. Sir, how much million meter you need and what is the lead time you are expecting from me? How they are giving. They integrated their marketing much before because they also know it is not possible by one unit to serve. Okay. So this is what we are talking about next. Now where we can do alliances. I think Madam also told that one industry cannot do R&D everything. He can think about their surroundings or the other industry or the value chain industry. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड मार्केटिंग हम मार्केटिंग हमारे इंडिया में थोड़ा बहुत है, हम देसी लैंग्वेज में ट्रेडर कहते हैं, बट हाउ कैन वी मेक बिग ऑर्गेनाइज्ड ट्रेडिंग? दैट इज हाउ ए ऑर्गेनाइज्ड ट्रेडिंग कैन सप्लाई or can fill the capacity we are lying vacant as also need by the customer. That is what we have to think about, how to recognize, how to make big things like that. Now tools is integrated machine learning. What is the efficiency? I will come into last slide, one of my own analysis of the industry last 25 years. And digitalization, that is what is, I think, common word. I should not spend much more time. Next, please. Now, this is how the Birla is doing with their value chain partner. We have two types of value chain partner or two types of avenue there. One is brands and retail integration, and one is direct domestic supplier or domestic producer integration. We have our what is called is a LAPF. LAPF is a partner. We have a studio around 7 places in India. We keep their samples in our studio. We ask the local suppliers or the local developers or the local manufacturers to come and see what kind of product we can produce with our value chain partner. It is a facilitated to the suppliers or facilitated to the value chains. And second, we have a constant B2B and B2C program to track with our brands and retails globally. Last 4 and 5 years, our focus is to go much more on Europe and American brands and retails. How can we get the branding of our fiber? You all know that Levi's or one of our fiber branding. Okay, how that Levi brand can be made globally? That is our focus. And for that, you know, that sustainability and etc. The tracking, we have already started green tag. That's called traceability. It is a blockchain technology. How can you trace that it has been used by the sustainable Birla fiber? Next. Now this comes to some chemical processes of textiles, of our fiber, mainly the viscose and the modal and excel. I am not going to pre-treatment, dyeing, processing. I just want to show you that no machine, if you start from the ancient, I think textile industry is 5,000 years or 10,000 years, I am not going to that. But if you see that most of the industry machines at initial stage started with wool and jute and linen, then came to cotton, then came to synthetic. If you see the developments of machines in 70s, 60s are much more on synthetic fiber base. Okay. No technology ever evolved which can deal with the man-made cellulosic fiber. हम क्या करते हैं कि viscose को, modal को cotton system में ही चला के कैसे भी करके manage करते हैं. There is no European or American or any kind of what you call manufacturing, textile machine manufacturing, whoever thought that how to deal with the viscose or modal or excel fiber or lyocell fiber. But last couple of years, one company, next slide please. These are the process. I am not going to spend more time, it's the lunch time. We can just skip up. These are the process of, please, yes. Beyond Kalani is a company. They come little bit of different solution to deal, how to deal with the man-made cellulosic fiber. What are the basic problem of man-made cellulosic fiber? People talk about the shrinkage. Sir, 5 से 6 आता है minimum, 3 तो आता ही नहीं है. It's a common practice. Okay. Lyocell fiber. What is the problem, sir? Fibrillate हो जाता है. कपड़ा को कुछ दिन अगर मैं wash करूं, we will get some fibrillation on the surface. Now this company has started modify their machine how to run this fiber and to minimize the problem of man-made cellulosic fiber. Now it is a Briar 24, it's a kind of dryer, simple what is called is a loop dryer, or it is a stentor cum dryer, where tension is very low with slow vibration. With more feeding, you can dry the fabric to reduce the potential shrinkage. This is how the technology they have started. And also this is very suitable for the needs of very lightweight or sheer fabric of cotton, even synthetic fiber of the, where you can control the shrinkage much better way. Next please. This is one is a very latest machine. I think we have installed in our company last year. This is called Aquaria. One machine bought few years before by the Arvind for denim wash. It's a kind of technology where you can make the fabric, whatever the chemical finish you want to do, much more gentle way. It is not very, what we call it, the harsh or very kind of, it is open with fabric, open with machine, sorry, it runs open with. It moves forward and backward. It gives very gentle treatment on the fabric, and particularly it is very good for biopolishing, where the fabric can be uniformly biopolished, that can reduce your peeling, reduce your fibrillation, and can increase your, what we call is a, normally abrasion resistance, as well as the rubbing fastness properties. This is, we have tested here in our lab, our R&D center, last 1.5 years, it gives excellent result. The next machine. This is a universal coating machine by mostly Zimmer, they made it. It's a one machine where you can apply 3 technology. Direct touch to the fabric, direct touch roll over fabric, and also in the air. And the versatility is that 10 to 200 grams coating can be done, and around 440 to 600 GSM fabric can be done. This is how they integrated. Earlier, if you ask, आपको कैसे machine चाहिए? आपको blade चाहिए, roller चाहिए, तो different technology. But now they integrated 3 in 1 machine, in coating machine. And coating is very promising industry for the furnishing as well as technical textile. Next. This is one machine has come where we all know that milling and what is called scouring of wool. Okay. Now this machine again developed by Beyond Kalani. The machine gives much soft effect, soft treatment to the fabric. Fabric does not get harsh treatment. So you will not get what we call is the fabric appearance is much more cleaner, more you require less chemical to finish to desired softness, because fabric are being mechanically, what we call action is very, it is like a ultrasound treatment, very small vibration of mechanical treatment during milling and scouring. The fabric integrity does not change much more. So this is how the development has happened. Next. Now, please go back. Yes, go back. I will take 4 or 5 minutes, then we can leave. Go back, please. Okay, please. Yes, next. This is what the new developments we did, and we are doing with industry day and night. It's not new, that how to make dimensional stability of knits and ovens. Now in viscose, rayon, viscose fiber, we have done wrinkle-free DP rating 3.5 without more than 20% reduction of their tensile and tearing. This is a new process we have developed, and it is 12% less strength developed than cotton. It is possible, and we did it. And nowadays, if you see that viscose are used also menswear. Because of that, the menswear you need ETI or the wrinkle-free or the non-iron. Second, single bath dyeing of wool viscose is very, very useful for carpet industry. You know, carpet industry, mostly people are using wool and viscose nowadays. 100% wool is very costly. Okay. There, the cost is very important. If you go for double dyeing, the wool and viscose, it is not commercially viable. So we have developed with some what is called multifunctional reactive dyes up to extraordinary dark shade in single bath wool viscose yarn dyeing. And mostly yarns in carpet use 4/16. That is very common count we normally dye in there, and it is in the hang form. Okay, we have done a lot of what is called workshop in Vadoi in UP for this development, and it's a very fast catching technology now. Because carpet industry is very, very, what I call is a volume, very high volume industry. You need more fiber per capita. Now, fibril-free excellent, sustainable vegan leather. It is a very interesting story. Nowadays, you know that animal skin is a problem. Then you know that PU-based DMF is very carcinogenic, what we normally call is synthetic leather, or somebody call Italian leather, or like that. And now how to make that biodegradable leather? New concept has starting. Now in industry, a lot of people, vegan leather people thought that if I using less chemical, less water, I am getting vegan. It is like a common, but it is actually not. True is that you are making leather out of biodegradable fiber, cellulose base or silk base or woolen base. And also you are making a coating of the top that is also by the natural mycelium growth of bacteria. It is not any kind of foam or coating. This is very emerging, and a lot of research across the globe is happening, and this is going to change a big, it is going to make a big change in leather industry. I think steel leather is one of the biggest polluting industry. Okay. Now we have started in our R&D in Aditya Birla Group how to make this kind of development with our viscose or the model. And lab trial we got a very successful. We also tried to join hand with IIT Delhi to make more experiment on that. And this is one of the promising. I will rather ask a lot of institute, they can come and do this development of vegan leather. It's a big market, big opportunity, and lot of work we can do. Now direct style of printing, SDVSF. SDVSF, it is called spun dyed viscose. A lot of people earlier thought if I do that fiber with pigment, dope dyed, then it may not be done print properly on the top because the surface color will not discharge, or you will see some surface color. So we make some changes in the pink paste and the condition, etc. How can we get better color registration or color appearance, still the fiber is dope dyed. Okay. Next, indigo printing VSF. Again, viscose denim is getting popular. As you know that nowadays 10-20% viscose or XL people are utilizing in denim to make it more soft, natural soft. It is a common practice today now. And also we are doing 100% denim with the viscose fiber, particularly for the kids or the ladies, where you can reduce the post-garment operation drastically. You does not need that much of enzyme, stone, etc. to make it that soft or that type of appearance if you use the viscose or this type of fiber there. So this is what the new developments, and these are all commercially viable developments except the vegan leather that is still in the lab scale, and we are happy to join hands with any kind of value chain partner for industrial commercialization or their benefit. Okay. Now it comes to the last slide, this one. Okay. I think circularity is a new chapter everybody is talking about. Now Aditya Birla Group, for the sake of what is called as a responsible business partner in globally, we want to start some recycling where we will not do any kind of chemical treatment or any kind of addition of what we call carbon, water, etc. We have two processes. I think Gaurav is here, he will talk about much about our sustainability. I am not going to that. We have chemical recycling, one is called Reviva, that is our brand name, where we have achieved up to 30% of recycled cotton pulp into the mail pulp, 70% virgin pulp and 30% recycled cotton pulp, or pre and post consumer wastage cotton pulp we are adding. That is what we call Reviva. We have done another is called mechanical recycling. We are simple taking the pre or post consumer waste, open the fiber, very simple way. I believe that if you make any process simple, it can be more easy and less energy consumed. Okay. And then we are making spinning. Here we are, what we are doing it, we are adding some MMCF fiber to make it usable particularly for the needs and ovens. The count range from 20 to 30. Still it is commercialized and we are doing business and directly we are selling yarn also. There is no synthetic fiber we are using. Whatever the fiber or the fiber composition having in your garment, that we are making half by adding 50% of our fiber, or more than half by adding more than 50% of our fiber. And we are adding our 100% biodegradable sustainable fiber. So this is what we call is a true circular or true sustainability. We all know that synthetic fiber, the 13 million ton or something I always read, but हर चीज का पीछे एगो ईयर लिखा रहता है. It is around 2015-16 in microfibers in marine and lakhs of animals. And few days back we have seen in the Times of India that we found the microfiber in the mother's breast also. Okay, mother's breast milk. So this is where we have achieved by somehow synthetic fiber. If you do recycle also, it will produce the microfiber. And be in mind, if you take 50-50 cotton polyester fabric, 50-50, and if you go for washing, etc., the number of microfibers is 70% from cotton, 30% from polyester. Microfibers generated by cotton is more than synthetic, but that biodegrades. The synthetic does not degrade. That is the problem. So quantity wise, microfiber generation is more in natural fiber. But sustainability point of view, it is the synthetic fiber irresponsible. Okay. So this is how we are doing little bit. Now it comes to the last one. Yes, this is what is the figure I am telling you. Everybody we are talking is dimension of how to reduce the carbon emission, water, by chemical, raw material, alternative raw materials, we call process, etc. But this is, I have done, it is 2013 by more than 10 Indian textile mills data. RFT, how much kills our natural resources, how much kills the energy, this RFT. And this RFT completely depends on the work practice and manpower skill. The machine maintenance and manpower skill and the SOP. These are the three primary requirements for this RFT. हमने बहुत बड़ा बड़ा ब्रांडिंग आदमी लगा देते हैं, लेकिन लैब टू बल्क जो कर रहा है, he may be the least paid. Who is actually making the right fastness? Okay, that is our. I am not talking everybody. It is our normal. Okay, कि लैब टू बल्क लेके आना, RFT करना हर मशीन के अंदर. That is one of the toughest where we can save. I have calculated from 12 industries in India, 12% water can be reduced. I am telling you, in every continuous range or the batch process. If any balance sheet MIS, you find that my reap process correction is 5%. It's a cooked figure to show the management. I never seen less than 10-12%. It is true. Even more. Okay. MIS figure is not the correct figure. Actually, you ask their dyeing manager or the supervisor, you can get the correct figure. Night shift में कितना correction हो जाता है, सुबह सब fresh pack. Okay, this is how does it happen, and how much water, chemical are gone, how much capacity is gone. Okay, now quality. I am giving you another my old story. When I came to Century, one of my old figure, Hasmukh Patel, lot of people know. He was my colleague in Salda. He बोले भौमिक साहब एक बार गुजरात में आइए तो टेक्सटाइल आप थोड़ा सा अच्छा होंगे. तो आई ज्वाइन इन सेंचुरी. 800 मीटर का अगर लेंथ है तो 15% तो रिजेक्शन होगा ही. 85 से ज्यादा फ्रेश पैक आएगा नहीं. It has been the rule of the processors. And how if the capacity of the process house is to build, all. I can give you a challenge. You ask anybody, ever any processing house, even if it's composite mill, break even point they calculated or not? Never. Sir, आज के साइज में 1 लाख मीटर is economically viable. 50% bottom, 50% starting, दोनों का आधा आधा लेके प्रिंटिंग कर देंगे. क्यों ना मार्केटिंग प्रोजेक्शन दिया है, इतना सेल हो जाएगा. That is the most of the projects outline. Most of the. I calculated in Century. 96,000 meter per day is the break even point and producing 72,000 meter. I am giving you live data. I have done it. और सर हमने कभी ये कैलकुलेट क्यों नहीं किया? बोले ये तो कोई करवाया नहीं. What is the problem? I am using ABCD chemical to show management. My dyeing cost has reduced. Everything has reduced. Fresh packing 84%. करेक्शन करके 92%. उसके भी 2 भाग होता है अगर आप देखेंगे, ए ग्रेड एंड बी ग्रेड. ए होगा 90, बी होगा 4 या 5. Only 6 month time we transfer this factory to 96% A grade fresh pack with all chemicals and dyes. Gentleman is here. And these are embed. The good chemicals, good water, good manpower will give better realization meter. If you can save 20 rupees per kg dye, you will lose there. It is my experience and I have seen it. This is what I am sharing my experience. So we should not forget this RFT. We should always think about that skill manpower is very, very required in processing industry. मेरा गांव का एक दादा डाई मास्टर, बाकी गांव का सब दादा प्रिंटिंग मास्टर. Okay, this is how does it happen. So that will kill your this one. Okay, that's all. I am sharing my experience. Any question we like to answer, but I think everybody is feeling hungry this before the lunch time. Thank you very much for listening, and we'll be happy to give you that service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experiences. I would now request all the dignitaries to be seated on the hall, and we will have felicitations now. I request Mrs. Aparna Khurana, Managing Director, SLS India, to felicitate Mr. Lakshmesh Prabhu with a memento. In the center, sir. I request Mr. Prasad Nadela, Head Development and Application Technology, to felicitate Mr. Arindam Das Gupta with a memento. I request Professor Ravindra D. Kale to felicitate Mr. Anjani Prasad with a memento. I request Dr. Rajesh Rammurthy, Regional Head Product Stewardship, Asia R. Chroma, to felicitate Mr. Somesh Bhomik with a memento. sir. And now we will be proceeding for lunch. The lunch coupons are in your conference kits. Please carry them for the lunch. The lunch is served at the library quadrangle. And the dignitaries for this sessions are requested to come here for a group photograph. Good afternoon, everyone, and we'll be starting with the second session soon. Kindly be seated so that we can start. For the next session, I now invite Mr. Tirthankar Mukherjee, Head SBU Spunlace at Welspun Advanced Textile. So, a little bit of introduction about Sir. Mr. Tirthankar Mukherjee started his career as a shift engineer with Prerna Syntex and Sport King Synthetics. He also worked with Aditya Birla Group as Assistant Manager of Marketing in East India. He has also worked as Senior Manager, Marketing Manager at Reliance and Commercial Sales Manager of Apparel in India and Bangladesh at Invista. He had been the Head of SPF Marketing at Indorama Synthetics. Currently, he is the Head of Spunlace and Advanced Textile at Welspun Group. I invite you, sir, for your talk.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. I think everybody had a good lunch. The weather is not sustainable today, so I don't know. So, I will bring a little bit different as requested by Mr. Kale, Dr. Kale, that I have to discuss about the non-woven industry as such. So, I wanted to make the presentations little bit on the quicker side and then, move on to take on more questions because this is something which is, growing up in India in certain segments that where we belong. So just to elaborate, I am now in Welspun Advanced Textiles. So Welspun Advanced Textiles is having 3 SBUs. So one is spunlace, one is needle punch, another is a wet wipes converting SBU. We have got 2 plants. One plant is in Anjar where we have got the old line and of spunlace, and then we have got a wet wipe converting facility and a needle punch line also. And we have recently inaugurated, some of you who are in the in touch of the industry newses, you have seen that it has been inaugurated by the son of the Chief Minister of Telangana. That's in Telangana, which is India's largest single line facility, and together we have become the largest spunlace producer in India. So this is our small inauguration. I look after that spunlace SBU. So when I talk about non-woven, these are all the things what you can see that these are the dry wipes you can see, these wipes, this is the headliner for a car, these are the just machine, these are the filters, and these are the fame care products, right? So I will just go briefly through just to give you an idea because I guess some of the students are also there. So I will just go through the outline of when we talk about non-woven, which is a part of technical textiles, a very important part of technical textiles that Mr. Anirban was describing. So I will just go to brush through the different types of non-ovens. So non-oven can be, when we talk about non-ovens, it's not again for the experts, it's just for the students. The basic difference between a non-oven and an oven is that when you are making the fabric, so you are taking from the staple fiber route or direct polymer based yarn route, and then making a weaving or knitting, doing some interlacement of the yarns, and then creating a fabric structure. In non-ovens, what we do is that non-oven has got two steps only. One is that the fiber, you take the fiber, form a web, and by some means, you just entangle the fibers and make the fabric and make it a sustainable structure, either by applying some external agents like chemical bond or something like that, or some thermo bonding, or without that also, like in what we do in spunlace. So this is the basic technology. So I'll go to the different types, production methods and different technology, and then I will just give a brief global outlook and Asian outlook, and then some application segment, and I will just discuss on my views on what is the stake for India in this context. So non-oven fabrics, according to the method of production, accordingly to the raw material, according to the end use of the raw materials, and the properties. So these are the 4 ways you can divide. So method of production, when we talk about this wet bonded, dry bonded, spun bonded. So wet bonded is like a paper-like technology. Dry bonded is like card when you process to cards, and spun bonded is like when you use some polymer-based products. Then you can use staple fiber, filament fibers, and durable, semi-durable, and within the semi-durable there is a big segment which is called disposable. And then this is endless. You can also provide special functional classifications. Now composites I have mentioned because in non-oven process you can make composites as well. So there are certain composites which will make it a non-oven process, whether you take the non-oven and take it to some kind of glass fiber or some other substrate. So in there you can do the composite, or some of the products you can make in the machines like spunlace and needle punch. Combining these two technologies or similar kind of things you can make. Again, production methods, like as I told you, this is the process of making the laying the web. You have to web formation is by staple fiber route. You can use dry laid, you can use wet laid, or you can use the polymer route, spun laid, melt blown, flash spun. So these are the things which you can do to make the basic web. And some of the and then there is a web bonding process where lay this web in a parallel cross lap or randomly laid web process, and then you do a web bonding process to make the non-oven fabric finishing. Non-oven gives a huge advantage because in compared to non-ovens, more than 100 times is the productivity. And you cut out a lot of cost because from the fiber, you can take it directly to that fabric. And in case of polymers, from the polymer, you can take it directly to the fabric. So that way, non-oven has got huge advantage. Of course, there are certain disadvantages as well. So, if we compare like that, these 3 technologies, the highest speed production is getting possible from wet laid wave. I'm very afraid Dr. Talukdar is looking into that. Sir, if I do some mistakes, please correct me. So wet laid is the highest production. Spun melt valve is there, and dry laid is apart from these 3 popular routes, this one the least speed. And but the market share wise, if you see for example, in hygiene market of spunlace, 80% of the production comes from the card to card dry laid. Rest of other combining together comes 20%. These are some of the pictures. So this is the needle punch. So the back of the needle punch technically is like like a spunlace machines where you put the staple fibers, process it to cards. You can have a cross slipper, you may not have a cross slipper, and then here is the web bonding process is done by the thick needle looms. Air laid, the same thing is done through the hair, and then you put it through a bed, and then do heat and pressure, and becomes a air laid process. This is a stage 1 process, which is a combination of needle punch along with the basic needle punch with a different kind of stitching needle, which puts the, just like you do in a kind of stitching procedure, stitching needles is there. So it binds some yarns into that. And this is the spun bond process where you get the polymer, melt it, extrude it just like a, filament yarn, and then you roll it over after drying it, quick drying it. Melt blown is also similar, but it is much finer denier products where we can do it. So it can give very fine denier product, and you can of course combine it with the SMS and all those PPEs and the face masks. We have been already every people have now come to know the face masks. So this is made up mostly out of these and the PPEs. So this is the basic SMS structure. So there is a SMS structure: spun bond layer, melt blown layer, spun bond layer. It normally maybe different combination, SMS, SMMS, so like that. So this is the spunless line. So in spunless what we do, it comes from the card as it is. Normally we have got two cards, and for non-cross-lap products also. So we have got two cards, and then it is hydro-entangled. How it is hydro-entangled is that there is a unwanted wave comes, and it's a very high pressure jet with a very fine pores. The water jet is passed through it and it is sucked outside. So it gives an interlacement of the fibers, and it is done from the both sides, so multiple times. So you get a structure where all the fibers are interlaced, and when it comes out, it becomes a neatly bonded fabric, and you have to dry it out here in the dryer. So there is a dryer, and then just wind it out. The beauty of spunless product is that spunless does not use any chemicals or something for the bonding. So what you use is the pure fiber, and if you use hygiene based grade fibers, then your product also becomes hygiene grade, which can be directly used in a face, baby wipes, and many hygiene applications. I will show you that. And another advantage is that it can be used in durable process and semi-durable process or disposable process also. So this is the beauty of the hydro entanglement. Then there are some newer technologies. What is like, so this is called electrospinning process. So you need to have a electric jet spray, and which should have a the electric gradient is there, which transfers the material here, and these are basically nanotechnology, you can say. The wave is formed in that way is very fine. So you can do it through the electrospinning process. So this is coming for high-end applications. So now I am coming to the global outlook, what is going to happen and what was happening. So if you take a 10-year period from 2017 to 2027 projected, so if you see the CAGR for till 2022 was like 5.8%, and it is global non-woven as such. It comprises not only of smallest, all the technologies together I am telling you here. Okay. So it was a business of 42 million USD, and then it is with a CAGR of 5.8, and it is further projected to, in the next 5 years, it projected to grow at a very fast rate of 6.8 CAGR. This is the global outlook. Okay. And when we are talking about India, in India, I am just compared, with China and Japan and India, because these are the high consumption areas. So China is going to remain the largest because they are consuming maximum nonwovens. This figure is not for the converted goods. This figure is for the nonwoven fabrics. So why China is so big? Because China makes lots of converted products. Like somebody was talking about, I think Mr. Ranjani Prasad, Bangladesh converts garments, China converts garments. So they are more interested in selling the end product. So if you make the spunless in your fiber in your place, make the spunless in your place, and then you make the final product, then your profitability stays within your country. So that's why China's consumption is ever growing, and China in itself has got a very big consumption, and in fact, in the people in the Far East, they do not use handkerchiefs. So they use tissues and wet wipes in a very big way. So the consumption is big there. So India is also supposed to grow nearly double. And the fun is that this Asian consumption, if you take, because if you take these places, other than that, there are some few places where we have got concentrated, like, you have got in Taiwan, I've got in some in Japan, some in Vietnam. So their total consumption of Asia will be, almost equal to Europe, US put together. But there is a big but, is that there are a lot of goods produced from China and other countries is going back to Europe and USA, where the maximum consumption is there, right? So, contrary to the belief, in general sense, you could say that, non-ovens are for, whether their disposable is more or durable is more, I would say it is rather 50-50. Before COVID, in fact, durables were more. And after COVID, disposable share has increased, but again, these are getting to normalized. So what are the durables? Like air and gas filtrations. This HVAC filters, liquid filtration. This is an example of, Bhajan leather, what Somesh was talking about. This is a product which is, in some of the leathers, particularly if you see the ladies' handbags, you need a very fine fabric which has to be folded in a very short way. So wherever these fancy uses are there, people are using spunless these days or spunbond. In car, I think 20-25% of a car is made of different kinds of fabrics if you put together by weight these days. And this is increasing because the advent of these electric vehicles, the car has to be more lighter. So usage of fiberglass and this non-ovens, composites basically. Composite industry has got a very big growth here. Then you have got this, this garment interlining, shoe leather, coating substrates. This is the coating substrate, upholstery bedding. In fact, in UK, there is a fire safety regulations. So they use the spring beds. So they have got two kind of structure. The basic structure has got a base, and then there are springs, and above the spring, that is that bouncy material. So the spring gives the entire bedding a bounce. At the same time, the softness, the top softness is given by using various kinds of fibers. They use any kind of thing. They use sheep hair, they use camel hairs, they use viscose, they use polyester. But in UK, the tendency is using for more of the natural materials. So it is a norm that there should be a fire retardant non-oven fabric separating these two barrier. So there is a very interesting. So normally spunbond is used. People have started using spunless these days also. So then geotextiles, civil engineering, automotive, agriculture, other. So these are the things. And in disposable non-ovens, we have got all these hygiene products like diapers, sanitary napkin, incontinence products. Then there are a lot of medical usages which is increasing. Wipes, of course, in the disposable, in disposable, spunless is one of the most disposable products. So spunless, 65 to 70% of spunless goes into the different kinds of wipes, be it wet wipes, be it dry wipes. And then this is an example of wipes. This is also wipes, but this is more used in, this is not getting popularized in India, but people are trying to throw into the shelves. I'm sure very shortly this will also get popularized because these are surface cleaning wipes. So so when you need to do every day your kitchen table cleaning, so you need a big stock. You cannot have a small packet, right? So this is something, they have got big buckets, bigger buckets, different kind of buckets. It is very popular in US. In India, some people have brought the machines and they're trying to get it into it. And this is the adult incontinence. This is a very, very fast growing area in the non-oven, disposable non-ovens. Because this is a problem, like, senior level, I just forgot the age. So after that age, 50% of the senior population suffers from some kind of incontinence, be it male, be it female. So this is going, and a few companies in India are doing fantastic business by selling out of it, and there's a sizable amount of Chinese products coming into India of these adult incontinence pads. So adult incontinence, this is one example of these pants. The other one is that there is a absorbent bed sheet. We all remember when we were childs, there were rubber sheets placed. After that, some cotton cloths and the baby was left. Now the absorbent sheets are there. So bottom layer is a hydrophobic sheet, and then there is a small absorbent layer, and top of that there is a top sheet. So these are just the numbers what I was talking about. So for me, what's there in India? See, India non-woven industry is nothing new. It is started with this. We have got more of this spunbond industries development because of packaging, and also there is a sizable number of automotive applications through spunbond and through needle punch, both routes. And then there is a advent of this medical applications where this SMMS, barrier PP, these are all started manufactured in India. Spunless was very nascent because I remember I was walking in like 2003, I left Birla's viscose. So one of the products they wanted to increase the viscose staple fiber pie was that to use non-woven, segment and the wipe segment. So that time Guinea came up with the first ever plant of spunless. And to popularize wipes, because no one is coming forward, Guinea had to export entire quantity. So Birla started with they brought a machine, and some of you might be remembering, there's a brand called Kara. So Kara was introduced in the market, not for profit, but to get it popularized. So there are small personal hygiene packs, they are not into baby. You still can get Kara, because Kara is now a brand, they have sold it to this Big Bazaar group. So we'll get that in the market. But it is like that. There's a small machine and it has been run by another Bombay-based company. They are supplying Big Bazaar, all these things. So that was the situation. And even my son was when my son was born, 18 years ago. So I was in Calcutta. And in Calcutta, there are 2 markets only where you used to get baby wipes. And these are imported baby wipes, and the company name was Pigeon. I don't know, some of the old people might have remembered that Pigeon wet wipes used to come. There was no manufacturer for baby wipes. And even diapers was also introduced here not by Pampers, but Huggies. Huggies introduced it, but they lost the marketing campaign. Now Pampers and that Uni Charm got that Mammy Poco pants, so they have got a very, very big growth. And there is a statistics, it's not, if you are interested, Google it. These are all depends on, there are many studies that the more the GDP increases in a country, the more the middle class educated pie increases, more the families become, singular, not from the big joint families. These usages slowly started increases. So first is use one of the first thing that penetrates is the female hygiene product, the sanitary napkins. So sanitary napkins comes first, then comes the diaper, then comes the wipes, and then comes the adult incontinence products. So that way things are moving. We are far away from the other products. I mean, I was just few days back, I was in Dubai. So every time I go, I get surprised by the kind of wipes they are using. I have seen a teeth cleaning wipe. So there are a packet of 5, so you can clean your teeth. You can clean your shoe. Even, this abaya and this big, white things that this sheikhs wear, they have got a cleaning thing for them also. So it has got if something they are eating, something gets there, they just take it out and clean it out. Instantly that, the spot is gone. So for Indian market to grow, this is the right time for this. I will now go for a little bit more of my experience in the hygiene segment, but in general sense from the other segments, because I am not an expert in that. So strong Indian economy, increase in GDP, rise in disposable income, government support for technical textile. There is a technical textile scheme of government, which is giving very good support, along with the PLI. Large population base, increasing middle class, increased access to infrastructure projects. So why I put it here? Because earlier going to sending goods to Arunachal Pradesh and Tripura and Mizoram and Nagaland was very difficult, because everybody used to dump it either in Siliguri or in Guwahati, and then the distributor mark up a lot of margins. Now these things are gone. Flipkart and Amazon are there in everywhere. You can get a good launched in Bombay, probably you will get the same day. In Bangalore you will get the same day, but the person sitting in Andaman also gets in the 3rd or 4th day. So that's the way the e-commerce has penetrated in India. And it is combined with the roads. I remember that from Gujarat, one fiber truck used to go 20 days to Guwahati. Now it reaches in 7 days. So we have got this better roads, better connectivity. So these are the things that's happening. Big warehouses everywhere. And exceptional growth in modern retail and online market. So these are our strengths. Our segment focus, what should be our segment focus? Automotive, of course, we are making cars here. I feel proud when I see that the Maruti Suzuki makes car in India. Suzuki makes more car in India than in Japan. In Japan, they don't even make 10% and then exports to all over the world. So that is what Hyundai is also doing. Then composite segment is a beautiful segment. So composite segment goes into everywhere. Where you can see the composites. If you board a train compartment, then that is the best ways you can see. You can think that how many composites I can tick out. You can see the headliner that is there, the roof that is made of composite. Entire washroom is made of composite. The seats that you see, the frame is iron, covers are composite. And many of you don't know that windows and the doors are also made of fiberglass, FRP, fiber reinforced plastic. So these are all comes from composite. So this is there. Now I am coming up to how the new age materials are coming. The windmill blades, we have all seen windmill blades, huge blades, right? So these blades are made of definitely fiberglass, fiber reinforced plastic, but they are topped with needle punch material and spunless material to make them, look smoother. Because if they are rough, they will decay faster with the wind, frictional force. So they need to be smooth. Another product. Everybody have seen that earlier on the mobile tower, that circular discs were there, right? These are all gone now. You will never find a circular disc. There are long boxes, right? So these long boxes are made out of pultrusion. What is that made of? The base fabric is fiberglass. It is stitch bonded with a spunless. So they just do it and cools it down, and it gives they don't have to do chiseling and evenness and all these things. All these days are gone. So composite is a very, very beautiful way to combine the best of the 2 or 3 elements and coming up with various new products. So composites are everywhere. In Chandrayaan, there is a company in Goa who makes the nose of Chandrayaan. But unfortunately, somebody was saying we don't get raw material. Yes, exactly. The particular raw material, the particular grade raw material you used, we do not manufacture. Fame care, baby care, incontinence, I have told. The challenges is that raw material self-sufficiency. Like in, we have got a lot of Recofill machines here for the spun-wound SMS lines. All the guys who are using Recofill are importing PP. They don't get that quality in India. Although we have got huge PP production. PPs are used in all the sacks and everything that were in India. Huge spun-wound production in India for packing. There is no dearth of production. Even, in fact, they are now exporting. Every state almost there is a spun-wound raffia production unit, right? But we do not have that PP. Recofill machine unit comes, then you have to import. Now cotton. Now we in Welspun we are experts in cotton. So naturally in spunless also we started doing cotton. Problem with Indian cotton is that the sourcing of the cotton is done in so bad way because it is so full of kitties and these things. Then there is a big market of fame care top sheets. In some of the countries, people have women do not use any kind of synthetic material as a top sheet. They prefer 100% cotton. But we are losing that from other countries because when you use our thing, then we have to remove the kitties in a so slow process that the production gets impaired. But if we use US cotton, then this problem is solved. At least 75% solved because their plucking is done by automatic machines. And nowhere in the process is laid down in the open floor or something like that. So entire thing is done by mechanically up to the belling. So the kitties, chances of kitties are not there. People are not bothered with sticks and all those things. In their process, they collect along with the cotton some sticks also. But hard sticks are not a problem because when you run in the carts, by centrifugal force it gets dropped. Problem is the small kitties, small contaminations. You don't know what we get in these things. You get all kinds of color of plastics and everything. It's very difficult. So this is something which is to be, so we have to do some automation here. We have got the contamination-free cotton and all those things. These are all good, but we have to do it at the source. Now FTA needed with high consumption countries. What we have done? We have done FTA with Vietnam. So Vietnam is a low cost country. Vietnam is start exporting us in a big way. We are unable to prevent that. Because at our cost, we cannot sell it to Vietnam. Because Vietnam is the Chinese companies. Their finances, their economics, no one understand. They sell material and raw material in the same price. So we have got Vietnam ke sath mein apna hai, but we do not have an FTA with USA. So that is the thing where government intervention is darkar. Then skilled manpower. Skilled manpower is again a challenge. Because in textile industry, there are so many years of experience, we get still skilled manpower, but in the newer industries like hygiene and all that, skilled manpower is a problem. And then we should have to develop our indigenous technology. All the machines that is coming mostly from the European or Chinese manufacturers. The way the Lakshmi Group has come up with Indian machines to give a much better price advantage to the growth of the spinning industries in India. So we need somebody to come out and offer technologies here. So this is just a reference of what everybody has been discussed, Roop Rashi ma'am and everybody, like technical textile mission, 92 application area में कुछ mandate कर दिया इन्होंने, then public provision order किया है 10 segment में, then production link scheme PLI दिया है, and this is Bureau of Indian Structure and is developing standard for even we are having nonwovens for so many years in India, but standards are now last for few years it is now getting devised. So this is all from my side. So if you have any questions or thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will have a quick Q&A session after the session combinedly.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Gaurav Agrawal for his talk. Mr. Gaurav Agrawal has been associated with Grasim under different departments. He worked in Consumer Products Division, Market Intelligence and Sustainability. He is currently working as Deputy General Manager of Pulp and Fiber at Grasim Industries Limited. I welcome you, sir, for your talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to the organizing team for inviting me over here for this conference. To start with, since morning I have been seeing some different kind of presentations altogether in different domains. And thank you to Mr. Mukherjee. He brought up a point on Kara Vibes. So I started my career from Kara Vibes itself. So I used to look after the production of Kara at that time. And I started my journey with Grasim itself in 2008. And I used to look after the manufacturing of Kara Vibes. And subsequently I moved to different departments and in sustainability from last almost 6 to 7 years. So today what I will be covering is the kind of journey that we have taken upon in man-made cellulosic fibers with related to sustainability and circularity. So to start with, Grasim is one of the flagship companies of Aditya Birla Group, which is an Indian conglomerate and with a revenue of almost 60 billion USD. And we have almost 130 plus manufacturing sites globally, more than 140,000 employees across 100 nationalities. Aditya Birla Group has a strong presence in entire textile value chain, or rather we can say from forest to fashion. So we have pulp and fiber business, then we have our own spinning units, we have acrylic manufacturing, we have textile manufacturing, and then we have lifestyle brands. I am part of pulp and fiber business, which starts with forest, and we have a value chain where we have forest, we have dissolving grade pulp, manufacturing capability, and MMCF fibers across the 3 generations, which is viscose, modal, and lyocell. So, just to give a small introduction, Grasim was incorporated in 1947, 10 days after independence. This is where we operate from forestry till fiber manufacturing, as I said. And one of the competitive advantages we have that we have a strong backward integration, right in terms of dissolving grade pulp, plus some of those key chemicals that are required for manufacturing of MMCF, which we manufacture in-house itself. And our key brands are, Birla Viscose, which is a normal viscose fiber. Second is sponge shades, which is a dope dyed fiber. Then Birla Modal, which is second generation fiber. Birla XL is a lyocell, the third generation fiber. And then different brands, which is Leva Eco sustainability enhanced fiber, Leva Reviva, which is Mr. Bhomik Morning just touched upon about the recycled fiber. And then Purocell, which is a non-woven fiber. This is our global presence. So as I said, we have forestry and pulp manufacturing in Canada and Sweden. Then we have 4 manufacturing units in India, 2 in Gujarat, 1 in MP and 1 in Karnataka, and 1 each in Indonesia, Thailand and China, well supported by the marketing offices across and strong R&D teams. Coming to the global textile and apparel industry or fashion industry, we have already seen a lot since morning and by different speakers. So not take much time, and we can see that how the consumption of clothing has doubled over last few years. The kind of water is required for this industry, the kind of emissions that we are seeing, the number of chemicals that are used in the industry. So this is a snapshot, and the reference is there itself from where I have taken this. Then there were some influential campaigns in the textile and fashion industry, which has shaped a lot of things last decade or so. Like a campaign by Greenpeace, which is on detox, to how to eliminate the harmful chemicals. Then the canopy style campaign or the canopy campaign on the use of forest for making viscose fiber, which is I'll be taking it in some detail later. Then some other campaigns on use of synthetic fibers in fashion. So all these have given different kind of thought process in changing or towards the sustainability of this industry. So why do we need or what is the need of the sustainability in textile industry? And like other speakers, which it is categorized as one of the most polluting industry globally. One of the most yes. Then and a lot of natural resources are used in this industry. So to start with, we have issues related to carbon dioxide emissions or GHG emissions. Then of course related to the deforestation or the use of forestry in textile, use of chemicals, water, the waste that we generate, and the microplastics. Apart from that, the social issues that we have with respect to workers, their safety, and the community there we operate. So basis all this issues and the discussions with the internal and external stakeholders, Birla Cellulose or our pulp and fiber business has come with a 5-pillar strategy, starting with responsible sourcing. So our pulp or the wood, whatever we use, is primarily certified, and we are primarily giving FSC or PEFC certified wood or pulp sourcing. Then Canopy hot button report, as I said, Canopy has been an important game changer in this industry. So what Canopy is doing, Canopy is a Canada-based not-for-profit organization. They work with all the industries which use wood as a product in their industry. They work with them, they work with the entire supply chain, and the focus is on the conservation of forest and how to eliminate the wood which is coming from ancient and endangered forests, so that that wood that is used should be a sustainably sourced wood. So with Canopy we have been associated with more than with around 10 years now, and every year Canopy publishes one of their flagship publication, which is called as Hot Button Report, which is publicly available, and they list all those viscose fiber manufacturers who are using, all the global manufacturers and their ranking in terms of the use of the forest wood and the kind of sourcing they have or sourcing risk they have. Then with our suppliers, we have started with a program on their own sustainability. This is at a very nascent stage. We have asked our suppliers to have dialogues with us to understand their sustainability credentials and to mitigate any risk in our business going forward. The next pillar is on responsible manufacturing. So here we have started working on the closed loop process. What we are doing is we are primarily implementing European standards in manufacturing of viscose fiber, and a lot of investments are going on. In India, we have done in one site as of now, and in Thailand and China we have already done. In other sites it is in progress. Then we are working with GDSC. GDSC is Zero Discharge of Hazardous Chemicals. They have come up with their own MMCF standards for manufacturing, for wastewater air emissions. So we are working with them, and annually there are 2 cycles of wastewater testing which is conducted by GDSC, and the results are directly uploaded in their gateway, which can be assessed by those members of GDSC. Then we are also using HIG FEM. FEM is primarily Facility Environment Module, which is a module given by Sustainable Apparel Coalition. It is a module which gives you 7 areas of related to manufacturing and how are we faring in that. More details will be there later. Then third pillar is on sustainable products. So what are the kind of products that we have, like as I said, Leva Eco or Leva Reviva. Then all these are supported by some of the key certifications that are required, like Standard 100 by Oecotex, biodegradability and others. The next pillar is on valuable partnership. So as we have seen in the presentation of Mr. Bhaumik, that how we work with the value chain, brands, customers. Apart from that, we work with many multi-stakeholder organizations like Canopy, SSE, Textile Exchange, with value chain partners, as we have seen in terms of LAPF. Then we have a program on traceability. We have a blockchain tool which is named as Green Track. Then we work with many technology and research institutes. Then last pillar is on social responsibility, that how are we working with the communities that are there in our vicinity, and along with the employees and the safety of the employees. So these are some of those 5 key pillars in our sustainability strategy. Some of our sustainability goals and targets. So we are having aim to be net zero by 2040. We have a goal to grow the circular products like Leva Reviva by 100,000 tons by end of 2024. Reduce water intensity by 50% in production, and by 2025, however, we have very close to achieve that, reducing the lost time injury frequency rate, which is related to the safety, and assess the sustainability performance of key suppliers. So coming to the pillar 1, where I have spoken about Canopy. So Canopy has been, so we are associated with Canopy from almost last 10 years. We have been working with them, and their categorization is in terms of those kind of shirts that you are seeing. So they give from plain white to dark green, which is the highest category. So we have been maintaining the highest category since last 3 years, and apart from that, we have been in the ranking with either number 1 or number 2 globally as of now. So this has become a go-to resource for global fashion brands, those who want to source MMCF. So they are looking Canopy rating as one of the key criteria if they want to source MMCF in any of the manufacturers globally. And in their policies itself, brands have been mentioning about Canopy rating, that what should be your Canopy rating, minimum Canopy rating to start business with them. Then on the closed loop process, so this is again a publicly available document which is given by European Commission. So they have given some norms or guidelines on key things like consumption, what should be the consumption norms, what should be the emission norms, and what should be the effluent norms. So all these have to be complied or meet to be verified as a EU-BAT certified facility. So we have been doing this. So we have done in almost we have completed in 3 sites, and the others are in progress. Then on HIG FEM, as I said, so we have been doing HIG FEM since last 6 years. So these are those 7 areas of environment which are being measured by a facility, what they are doing in terms of your water management, energy use, emissions to water, chemicals management. And we have done it for all the facilities, and the score is around 94%. So these are, the next is on the sustainable products. So these are some key sustainable products that we have. So as I said, Leva Eco. So Leva Eco is sustainably enhanced fiber that we are offering. So some of the key features apart from what we have in normal viscose is that the Leva Eco should have been manufactured in EU-BAT compliant or EU-BAT certified facility. Then we have a molecular tracer in the fiber for that traceability, and blockchain traceability we are giving along with this. Leva Reviva is a fiber which is we have started with 20% cotton waste, and now we have moved it to 30%. So what we are doing is we are taking primarily pre-consumer cotton waste, we process it, and we mix it with the dissolving grade pulp, with the intention that how we can slowly reduce the reliance on the key natural resource, which is wood. Leva spun-dyed or the spun-dyed fiber is basically a pre-dyed fiber or a dyed fiber where we use pigments, and this again helps in in reducing the process sequence in downstream value chain. Last is the Birla XL or the Lyocell, which is a 3rd generation fiber. This is one of the fibers which is different from normal viscose and modal. This is a fiber where there are no gaseous emissions as compared to the other fibers, and this is one of the most we can say that the fiber which is being having a different kind of growth trajectory going forward. Coming to little more detail on the Leva Eco. So as I said, we are offering traceability and blockchain with this. And based on the life cycle assessment of this fiber, we have compared with the generic viscose data which is provided by SSE. So the fiber is having lower 54% lower GHG emissions and around 60% water consumption. Then we have certain product related certifications like Oecotex 100, which is for the chemical safety. Then we have biodegradability and composting certifications for our fibers, which is biodegradable in marine, soil and water, and compostable in home and industrial conditions. And these are some of those multi-stakeholder organizations where we work with them, like Canopy, as I said, Textile Exchange, Sustainable Apparel Creation, ZDHC, Fashion for Good. And our work with the communities, where we are working with, on different, we have a 5 focus areas, which is being driven by Aditya Birla Center for Community Development, headed by the mother of the chairman, Mrs. Rashri Birla. And we have a key pillars like sustainable livelihood, education, health, infrastructure development. And basis this, we are having unit-wise programs for the community based on their needs also, communicating with them, understanding their needs and devising program for them. Then I'll just touch upon on the Leva Reviva, because this is where we were discussing in the morning itself that what we are doing is we are taking the waste, which is primarily a pre-consumer waste, and we are treating it at our facility, and then we are making pulp out of that, and this is how we are replacing wood pulp to make Reviva fiber. This is RCS certified, and again the same. This is again coming with traceability and blockchain tracer. And this is also almost having lower emissions by almost 50%. The LC is still under progress, so I don't have that figures, confirmed figures right now. So the key takeaways from the presentation that why we have the sustainable production, high resource efficiency, lower water consumption. We provide supply chain traceability in terms of tracers and the blockchain traceability tool, and aligning with all the sustainability development goals. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Kedar Kulkarni to please felicitate Mr. Tirthankar Mukherjee with a memento. I request Mr. V.C. Gupte, Chairman, Textile Association of India, Mumbai Unit, to felicitate Mr. Gaurav Agrawal with a memento. I request Dr. Saptarshi Maiti to please felicitate Dr. Kinshuk Dasgupta with a memento. Thank you, sir. I request all the delegates to please come here for a group picture. For the third session, we are having a panel discussion. And for the panel discussion, it will be moderated by Mr. Uma Shankar Mahapatra, Managing Director, Pulcra Chemicals, India Private Limited. Mr. Uma Shankar Mahapatra has worked with Vardhaman Mills as R&D engineer. He then worked with Arvind Limited for more than a decade, and starting from a senior technical management trainee, he rose to the position of business manager of technical marketing and product innovation. He then held the position of assistant vice president at Aditya Birla Group. He also led the innovation and sustainability head of Welspun Group as senior vice president. Currently, he is managing director at Pulcra Chemicals, India Private Limited. I welcome you, sir, to the dais, and I request you to introduce the panelists as well.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the nice introduction. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for this conference with the very relevant theme of today, the synergy, which is very much required in current time. So it's not only India, the global textile industry is passing through a difficult time. So synergy is really important across the value chain of textile industry. And this is due to several reasons. The challenges is a lot of geopolitical crisis across the globe. You have very high inflation, energy crisis, supply chain reorientation. So it's not shifting, it's reorienting within the globe. And at the end, very low consumer demand, and finally low capacity utilization across industries. So this is a real challenge across the globe we are witnessing. So this time, synergy across the value chain will help us to take the head on with the problem and be prepared for the future. India, we are really well positioned to cater to the demand of future needs, because we have presence across the value chain, unlike many other countries who are into textiles. So right from the technology side, we have at least good technology base, like spinning machinery side, at least I could say, although there are a lot of technical textile we need to catch up in terms of machinery side. Raw material, we are really well positioned. We are one of the largest cotton, polyester, and also man-made cellulosic fiber, and also natural fiber like jute and silk. We have large spinning capacity across the country, which is well spread, so we can cater to very coarse to fine counts. In the weaving sector, we have very traditional handloom, which is appreciated across the globe. And also we have power looms, which is catering small and medium sector industries, and also modern shuttleless looms, which is really state of the art. We have very efficient textile processing unit, and this institute is one of the main contributor to making it in terms of supplying the right skill set to the industry. So a lot of contribution from ICT. So big hand to ICT for really giving the skill base to the textile processing industry. And we are really catering to the diverse application, not only the textile fashion application, but we are one of the leader in terms of home textile and home furnishing. We are also catching up in technical textile, although a lot of improvement areas, but many technical textile, as we discussed in the first session, we are really well positioned. Cotton sew needs a lot of improvement because a lot of our other countries, neighboring countries, they have very high efficient cotton sew operation where India needs to really improve upon. I think we can hear from our panelists how we can, need to gear up for that. And at the end, in this difficult time, a lot of Indian textile industry is still doing good because we have a large domestic customer base, which is still, helping us to survive. Otherwise, the export demand has gone really low. During the discussion, we would deliberate on all these points, and we expect to hear from panelists what are the latest trends in the technology space, sustainability space, disruptive innovation, technical textile. And I think we also talked that responsible consumption is really important. So it's not about producing more, but producing right quality, high quality products which are much more durable, so that we need not consume more, but we consume less, but right quality. So those are the expectations from the session. I would like to introduce the panelist as per the sequence. Dr. Dilip Wakankar, he has worked with BASF as R&D manager and then headed the product stewardship of India at Clariant. He also headed the product stewardship of Asia at Archroma India. Currently, he is a consultant to Nimkar Tech, Thane and Color Tech Surat, and he is a visiting faculty at Institute of Science. So Dr. Wankar, welcome to the dais. So he is a man of chemical all through his career. He also worked in a lot of R&D projects during start of his career, Dr. Wankar. Then I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Javer. I had privilege to work with him during my days at Arvind, and I am happy to say that we started the Nomex 3A manufacturing first time in India together. So Manoj Javer worked with Reliance Industries, Hindustan Unilever as R&D manager. He also worked in textile and leather related chemicals at Dow Cornings, and he is currently the technical manager Southeast Asia at DuPont. So he specialized in protective clothing area. Welcome, Manoj. Then the next panelist, he doesn't need any introduction, Mr. Gurudas Aras, with a 4 decade of experience in textile technology related area. So he started his career at ATE Group as service engineer, and he became the director while superannuating from the organization. He is currently member of boards at Unitop Chemicals, TriStar Intermediates, Romac Chemicals, to name a few. He is also associated with many other few startups and also international bodies. And he is the man of bringing many technology for the first time to India. So welcome, Mr. Gurudas Aras, sir. Then we have very young panelist, Mr. Sandeepan Majhi. Started his career at Pantaloons Retail India Limited as senior executive. He also worked as assistant manager at Raymond's Apparel Limited. He has been a retail planner at Landmark Group, manager of retail consumer products at Viacom, Media Private Limited, senior manager at Future Group, and deputy general manager of retail at Agio.com. He is currently holding the position of general manager of retail planning at Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. Welcome, Sandeepan, to the panel. And then we have Professor Athale. Is there? Yeah, so Professor Athale worked with Joyceanth as senior manager and manager of technical service and textile chemicals at Croda. He then went on to hold the office of General Manager of Technical Service at Otul Limited, and then worked with Rosary Biotech Limited as Vice President. Currently, he is associated with ICT as Professor of Textile Chemistry and Dean of Student Affairs. So I think he is one of the unique, faculty members having such a long industry experience. So that is one of the unique part of Professor Athale. So we really have a very diverse, panel members representing each part of the value chain, which is really gelling with the theme of the conference. I would start. I will have 3 rounds of discussion. If time permits, maybe we can have few more Q&A at the end. In the first round, I will be more customized as per your area of expertise, and second and third round could be more, generic as per the, industry scenarios. So first round, I would like to start with Mr. Gurudas Saros, because that's the value chain you start with, the technology part. Basically, if you would like to give some inputs on, some of the recent disruptive innovation in the technology space, machinery space, how it is happening across the industry and how India is adopting those disruptive technology, because we are known for traditional technology for a long time. So if you can give some use cases of adoption in the textile industry, that will be great for the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Baba. Yeah, thank you very much. I think today we are living in the world of disruptions. Every day we read that automation, robotics, artificial intelligence, they are really disrupting everything, and textile industry is also not far from it. I'll separately touch upon this, how this is disrupting, but I'll go value chain wise since you want better focus. First of all, spinning, there are 1 or 2 new technologies which have come up, and also some of the digitization, how it has played a great role. As far as spinning is concerned, in carding, if some of you might have already seen, an intelligent card has been introduced by Truschler. Now, this is a wonderful concept. The card thinks by itself. It stores the data, and depending on the kind of production parameters or the processing parameters you have, the card adjusts the settings accordingly. Now, this is really wonderful because a lot of time is wasted. Those who are from spinning side will know this, that a lot of time is wasted in setting the card. Now, advantage is nearly 40% reduction in imperfections because you have a very precise setting on the card, and nearly 2% raw material saving. So, I personally believe this is a really a wonderful technology. Those who visited ITME, they would have seen this time that there is a robotic piecing which has now come in. Now, ring spinning particularly, has the highest cost of yarn production, and it's totally manual. When the thread breaks, it's normally pieced by manually. Now, this robotic arm is going to really change. It will be a game changer when it's totally commercialized. This is one technology I personally believe is in spinning really. Secondly, as far as fabric manufacturing is concerned, this time Shimasaki has come with a knitting machine where you can make the whole garment, which means you don't need post garment stitching and all, making of garment. The entire garment comes ready made. The shape is made on the machine itself. I think this is really a disrupting technology. As far as chemical processing is concerned, I think there are a lot of experts here. I need not talk more, but there are 2-3 technologies which are really made imprint. One is digital printing. 3D printing I would emphasize more because I have personally seen, we were working closely as an India representative and collaborator for Kalmayer, a warp knitted garment made out of 3D printing I have personally seen. I think if this technology gets commercialized in textiles, this is going to disrupt the whole manufacturing process. I have personally seen and touched up the fabric. You cannot believe that this is made on 3D printing. All of us have to be worried because if 3D printing really succeeds, a lot of processes will go in history books. Really, really, it's yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think this is going to come in a big way. 3D printing, we have to be very careful about it. I think chemical finishing, of course, waterless dyeing, everyone knows about it. Now I'll specifically come to robotics automation. I think this is one thing which is really we have to be careful about for future. This is going to disrupt our regular processes. There is something called sew boats, you must have heard. Robots which can sew instead of manual sewing on the stitching machine. There is a factory in Tianjin in China where 300 robots or sew boats, they are completely running the factory without a person. And the quality of the garments are far, far better than manually stitched. I think this is going to disrupt if this comes in a big way. This is an American company called Sewboat, INC. Secondly, as far as automation and robotics is concerned, there is one more technology which is, it's called intelligent eye. See, fabric inspection is one area where usually it's done manually. Now this intelligent eye is the one where, it continuously monitors the fabric online. And this is a much fastest probably the inspection process. Probably this is one of the technologies which are really going to come in a big way. So basically, I would see that in future, digitization, automation, and robotics are going to disrupt the textile technical manufacturing processes far faster than anything else, and 3D printing.
Any adoptions in India? Any cases you have seen people are?
Yeah, see, as far as intelligent card is concerned, it has been introduced in India. It's already used by many people. 3D printing, I'm yet to see on a commercial scale.
Yeah.
Sewboats also I have not seen.
Yeah.
I think digital printing,
digital printing
already has come,
yes.
so there's nothing special about it. Inspection also has come in India.
Yes.
But the adoption rate in India, according to me, is much, much slower. Then because labor is still, there's always a competition between automation and labor.
Yeah, so return on investment.
Return on investment is always a question, so it will come very slowly in India, some of these things.
Yes, so I had opportunity to visit this U-boat in Chicago. I think they're based out of Chicago
or
Atlanta.
Out of Chicago, yeah.
Atlanta. So that's happening in certain product category. If I remember, Levi's long back introduced for one of their t-shirts. So for a very simple kind of garment, you can still stitch, but for a very complex, you have multiple components and embellishment, then it's become more complex. So I think manual process becomes much more easier. 3D printing in textile, it's already happening. Lot of fashion garments nowadays where you don't need really a lot of flexibility or drapability. Still you can made using 3D printing. So I had opportunity to see some of these garments in Israel Institute, so they have a specific institute only for 3D printing and fashion designing. And they have adopted a lot of, latest technology in the fashion designing course. I think our NIF Delhi also has got one.
Yeah, they have got
protos,
yeah.
But they are not working on garment at the moment. They are focusing on the components of apparel manufacturing industry. So very pressure foot or those kind of components you can make very quickly. So thank you, sir, for very good insights. I think we have a lot of things to adopt in the coming days. So second, I will come to Manoj because after technology, it's the material which we need. Who is representing the technical textile industry, and to be more very specific, the material company DuPont, which is known for the lot of innovation in textile field, starting from the your lycra, then Teflon, aramid. I think Dr. Kingsuk spoke about. So a lot of the great innovation came from DuPont. So Manoj, if you can highlight some of the innovation in the overall material space, and you can be more specific to DuPont as well, and how Indian textile manufacturing industry can adopt those value-added performance fibers so that we can really upgrade our product base. So some of the use cases, if you can highlight.
Sure. So before I start to talk about protective textile, let me share a story. So the story is like my personal experience, like how did I internalize the value of a protective textile. And I had that experience almost 10-13 years back when my son was 4 or 5 year old. He is having a very high metabolic rate, so he will perspire a lot. So generally he will wear a sleeveless t-shirt and shorts when he goes out for playing. But on one day, I noticed that he was wearing a jeans and a full sleeves t-shirt. And I was about to stop him, but then I realized, okay, like he will learn his own lesson. And when he will come back after playing, because he will be fully wet, so he will not use that kind of attire anymore. And yes, like when he returned, like he was fully wet. But then next day, I was surprised to see him again wearing the same thing. So this time I stopped him and I said, like, why are you wearing a jeans and full sleeves t-shirt? And his answer astonished me. He said that I'm still not confident on my bicycle riding skills. He was learning to ride a bicycle. And in case if I fall, this is going to protect me. So as a 4-year kid, like he taught me the value of a protective textile. Now coming to India, I think like it's all about manufacturing. I mean, like the existing infrastructure can be used to make a value-added product which can be used in a protective textile. And what is a protective textile? It is a textile which has got additional functional attributes which apart from aesthetic, as many of the speakers have shared in earlier session as well. So what one has to do is like they have to look at their infrastructure and figure out what are the boundaries or what are the capabilities of their system. Can they process high performance materials? If they are already processing fiber, can they start to utilize filament to further enhance the strength of the product? If they are using filament or fiber, can they use from a cotton to a synthetic fiber? Within synthetic fiber, can they migrate from a polyester to polyamide? Within polyamide, can they migrate to fully aromatic polyamide like para-aramide or meta-aramide, such and things like that? So basically, one has to evaluate their system. What are the boundaries and capabilities of their system? Once they have done that, then start to utilize, as there was a comment in the earlier session as well, what is the market that they are going to serve? Because we can manufacture anything that we want, but is there a market for it? And like, what are the value drivers for that market? Recognize that aspect. And once you have done that, by talking to experts, suppliers, you can gain a lot of baseline understanding. But then one has to do their own experimentation, because ultimately the thing that is going to differentiate from you from the other suppliers is what is the value that you are adding on the table. So one has to do their own set of experimentation, and for experimentation one need a pilot based machine where all these small things can be done to further kind of flatten the learning curve. And once that is done, then like we need to have a feedback loop, seed the product to the market, figure out what is working, what is not working, do the necessary adjustment, and then like quickly going up to scale up. But scaling up is not the end of the story, because in order to remain relevant, you have to keep on innovating. So ultimately this cycle has to kind of again feed itself back. So that is something that we can do in order to remain ahead. There are many groups, many companies in India who have really adopted, and many groups who are working very, very nicely in the field of protective textile, in geotextile. So I think like, but still we have just started this journey. I think like there is a long way to go. So that would be my short answer.
So you can still add, because now military clothing and uniform, we are looking for more indigenous, and how you can really help India to become self-sufficient in terms of making all those protective gears for our defense, including, I think we talked about the ballistic protection, but there are many more, so that way I think high performance fiber could play a role.
Yeah, so I think like, so I mean like now coming from a viewpoint, like we have been sitting kind of invited to many government discussion panels as well, and asking how can we start a manufacturing capability in India around aramids, and like there is no wrong or right answer to it. I think like ultimately everything is governed by the demand and supply situation. So right now, if you look at the global supply side, I think this is much, much more than what is the global demand side. So at least like there are, at least within the viewpoint, we do not have any plans to kind of expand our capacity and capability. But other side of the answer is like, no matter like how much we talk about this, but the point is that even we have to import the crude oil. I mean like somewhere we have to draw line, and we have to start thinking is, can we have maximum value addition in the country rather? So like, and then in that area, I think like we have traveled a lot. I think like when I started, I think like when we started that journey, that was a time when we were importing Nomex garment into India. When you were at
fabric, I think that time I can give the example when that might be 2010 or 11.
10.
So all our Indian Air Force pilot, they use a sage green color coverall. That used to get imported from Taiwan, partly as a garment and partly as a roll goods and then getting stitched in India. So that's the first time I think when we approached DuPont, so they came forward and started doing the manufacturing for the very first time in India. So that way I think a lot of progress happened.
Correct.
A lot of I think para-aramid like Kusungar already started para-aramid fabric for ballistic protection. So something's happening, but still I think material production in India could be the future, because otherwise in supply chain disruption we are still impacted.
Sure.
Impacted.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Manoj. So now coming to Professor Athale, because he has seen both the sides, both the industry and academia. And so you have seen various need gaps might be in the industries related to access of R&D infra, right skill set as well. And at the end, I think innovation culture, I think, which is the most important part, which could be missing in some of the industries, if not all. So how do you see as a Indian academic and research institute are geared to fulfill those need gaps? And the gaps could be from either side. It could be from the industry or it could be from the research and academic institute as well. So if you can give some examples of successful collaboration which has really resulted into commercial adoption in the industry, that will be great for the audience.
Namaste, good afternoon. I'm really fortunate to have seen these both worlds. I worked in industry, that too in the Indian organizations and the multinational organizations. And now I have seen that hustle and bustle of the industry, and now the teaching and the research of the academic institute. From the innovation, new product development which happens at the industry level, generally the expectation is that the quick return on the investment. So there, the long-term projects, the 5 years or 10 years down the line, we will develop this product, and by that time, what will be the market for that product? That is uncertainty. So in industry, as soon as possible, the product is launched, and then it should get commercialized, and then the returns should come. So that is the expectation. So that is probably one of the reasons why in last few decades, especially in the dyes and chemicals segment, we have not seen new innovative products, new dye molecules or new chemicals, which we can say that this is something new. That in the machines, the equipments, we have seen many different types of technologies. But in the processing segment, which is generally considered as the weak link, because in earlier sessions also we heard that the textile processing is the weakest link of the entire textile value chain. And traditionally, there is this concept that जो चल रहा है ना वो चलने दो, उसको मत छेड़ो, because if anything goes wrong here, then the entire value of the garment will get affected. So that is one of the reasons. And from the examples I will give you, that after joining here, and since I have worked in industry, so I had this thing in mind, okay, how we can have a short-term project which can be commercialized, and then once the industry also finds out that there is some value addition in that, then they will take it forward. So one of the project on which we are working is again our government project, and that is functionalizing the natural fibers. And the idea is when we put forward this proposal, and it immediately got approved, and the idea was to go back to our roots, the Ayur Vastra concept. And now we have our Honorable Prime Minister, who is such a strong promoter of the Indian ethos, and the way he has made our yoga at the international level. So this Ayur Vastra, this concept is natural fibers, natural colorants, and biocompatible chemicals. And this will give employment opportunity to our rural areas, the artisans. And this is the segment, and this again, every product needs a segment or an area where it can be sold. And for this, we have identified segments like the infants and kids. So for them, and for the adults, that means the aged people. So हम जैसे कहते हैं ना कि जो हमारे बच्चे हैं उनका ध्यान रखना है, और जो बुजुर्ग है उनका ख्याल रखना है. So for the people who have this kind of skin sensitivity and this type of synthetic colorants, chemicals which are applied on the fiber, and which generally cause some kind of this skin sensitization. So for that, this is the concept. And we have developed a process and product which can satisfy this. And the second industry interaction which we have conducted is in terms of the digital printing. In digital printing, the reactive inks, disperse inks, acid dye inks, these are well established in the market. But there was one gap, and that was ink which can be applied on all type of fibers, including the blends. Because when we talk about one particular dye range, then it is applicable on a particular type of fiber. But now we have all, means the maximum usage is in terms of blends, polyester cotton blends or wool blends. So there, the only colorant which is suitable or applicable is pigments. And so far there was this gap that pigment inks was not possible. Many manufacturers tried it, but they were not successful because of various reasons. But we had this interaction or collaboration with a machinery manufacturer who could provide or modify the printing heads, ink manufacturers, and then from our institute we provided the basic information about the formulation. And now this product is ready, and probably this ITMA, this product may get announced there. So that was the idea. So basically, the idea means what we are trying to do in this academic activity here is there is one subhashit that Purana Mitya Vanasadu Sarvam Nachapi Kavyam Namo Mitya Vadyam. So old is not necessarily gold and new is not necessarily crap. So we have to have a balance of these two. Thank you.
So very relevant, sir. So all the best for successful launch at ITMA Barcelona. And I think it reminds me, Patanjali, I think they had a plan to launch Ayurvastra sometimes back, 5-6 years back. But finally,
Vedic textile.
yeah, denim, primarily denim, but they could not take it forward due to several factors. So now coming to Sandeepan, I think, who is representing the front end of the textile value chain, the most demanding sector facing the end consumers every day. And India being one of the most diverse country in terms of consumer preference, varying state to state, and not only state to state, but maybe within the state as well. And in fact, recently someone from the FMCG sector mentioned that Indian consumers' taste changes every few kilometers. So I think someone from Hindustan Unilever or they did some surveys. So it's such a diverse consumer preference we have. Being into retail sector, especially in the category management and planning, how do you really handle this complexity in terms of product designing and supply chain planning? So if you can throw some light.
Yeah, so good afternoon, good evening, everybody. So as you rightly said, it all starts from the customer. The whole pursuit is to try and understand customer and to define the customer. Once we are successful with defining and understanding the customer, pretty much the job is done. So saying that defining the customer or understanding customer, it is easier said than done. So to start understanding the customer from a retail perspective, what we essentially do is there are two ways to it broadly. The first is quant, which is a quantitative, which is a data, which is being considered as the new oil, which is the new currency. So one is data. The other part is the qualitative part. So I'll start with the data part. With data, what we do is we know in which part of the country what kind of product sells. We know that, like say, half shirts sell more in southern part of the country, or which part sells, say northeast sells lower sizes higher. We know which part sells more colors better. So we get the data. The second, when I come to the qualitative part, in retail, every company, what they do is essentially all the design team, the planning, the sourcing team, they tend to travel to all the parts of the country. Like say West Bengal during Pujo or Pongal in Tamil Nadu or Andhra in Telangana. So we tend to travel to those places so that we try and see the whole action during those festives. How do people behave? Prior to how many days prior we tend to buy? And once we tend to buy, what kind of products we tend to buy? So if you really look into the pattern, you will see there is the ethnic kurti sales goes up tremendously, close to 4.5 to 5x during that period of September, October during Pujo time, and it's a lull around the year. So one is that qualitative. Once we get that framework, it is again to our offices blackboard where we try and define our products and we set up a nomenclature. So when you are defining a nomenclature, every company tries to de-risk the whole business. So what we essentially do is we divide this whole fashion business into three broad categories, which is your core, the second is fashion, and the third is high fashion. And the data that we have collated from our quantitative analysis, we try and triangulate that data with this offering. So we have a percentage of core products, which is, let's say, a white shirt and a black shirt. We have a fashion product and we have a high fashion product. So the high fashion product has a very limited shelf life. I mean, it is going to go away in just, it is made for 4 weeks of sales. The fashion is probably made for 8 weeks of sale, and your core product is made for 12 weeks of sale. So once we have that nomenclature, we make a mix of that and we triangulate that data with the store presences. So what I'm trying to, when I say store presence, it is generally geographical presences. So the example that I'm trying to say is a particular, the kind of assortment, the kind of mix of core, fashion and high fashion you'll have will be different from a store that we have in Virar than a store that you have in HSP, High Street Phoenix, Phoenix Mall. So once we understand those, and with the online, this is with the offline bit in stores. With the online bit, what we can do is we have geographical tagging, geo-tagging. What it essentially means that if you are shopping from Kolkata, the kind of products which is more relevant to you, those would be visible to you. This is one part of it. The second part also is that the ones that we have in the Kolkata warehouse or the nearest warehouse or the omni-channel store that we have, only those would be visible, because we don't want to lose a customer who is already, looked at something, liked something, and we don't have it in our store, because whole lot of money is being spent to acquire that customer. I mean, one of the biggest costs that we have offline and online retail is customer acquisition cost. So this broadly is the framework, and this is once this is done, the third part is the implementation part. So with implementation, like everybody, we start doing in pilot. There are a lot of retailers who don't put their products directly in the whole network of 400 stores. They start doing it by the first 50 set of stores. They take different catchments, let's say a rural catchment or an city catchment. They try those products, and once they are sure of those, they try and spread it across or sprinkle it across the country. So that's precisely how it goes.
Yes, so very complex that I could understand. So coming to Dr. Wankar, so intentionally I am coming to you at the end because you take care of a very critical area which is need of the moment at the point. So product stewardship and compliance. So that's industry agnostic and product agnostic, because every one of us in the supply chain, we need to be compliant, and not only compliant with as per the government or authority needs, but also to our direct customer and to the end customer, because all the modern consumers are nowadays, they are completely, well informed, what is good or what is compliant, which is non-compliant. So how do you see India as a textile industry? We are equipped to that, and do you see that as a big opportunity, or it's sometimes a obstacle also, because too much of compliance needs, that could also be obstacles? And which part of the value chain, if you start from the fiber to the cut and sew retail, which part is doing fairly well and where we need to catch up?
This is my usual experience, that one comes to product stewardship at the end. Whereas they say product stewardship is cradle to grave. So actually it has to come first. Anyway, in the lighter vein. Actually, I started my career as a R&D chemist. Over the period, I was assigned responsibility of quality assurance, quality control. Then for a short period of time, I was also handling technical sales. But throughout this career, I found that while I was spending time for my core task, I was asked to reply to the customer queries. And most of them were related to queries coming from the foreign buyers. And they were all dealing with restricted substances, banned substances, degradability issues, toxicity issues, classification. And then I realized that in an organization, you have not made any provision for such a group or people to address this. So as a natural course, they would say, oh, you are a R&D guy, so you know the chemistry. Now you reply to this. And this started becoming so serious that I think around 2004, I virtually, of course, with the support of my management, I virtually shifted 100% from R&D to product safety. That time we used to call it product safety. And I think probably Clariant was one of the first companies to have a global product stewardship department set up. And on the same lines, the first dedicated product stewardship lab was set up in Clariant, India. This lab was pertaining to only product stewardship testing. It was not R&D, it was not QC, not application, but product safety. So one thing, if I can answer your question, is that definitely it is not a hurdle. In fact, I realize more and more that henceforth, this will be a requirement to sustain business. Forget growth of business, sustain business. And over the period now, suddenly it has grown into a very serious issue. All companies are facing these problems. As we go into global markets, naturally we are concerned not only with local regulations, but with global regulations, particularly to the country where you want to place the product. So you have to be aware of what is happening around the world. And I can very well tell you that when we started product stewardship in Clariant, to answer your question specifically, yes, in the first couple of months, this was considered as a hurdle. Because I used to ask so many questions. And then we had a system laid down where no new product could be launched in the market unless the clearance was given by product stewardship. So naturally it was considered as a hurdle. But I think within a span of 1 year or 2 years, suddenly our marketing colleagues started feeling that this is our USP. We are far better than other competitors. And then virtually every year, we used to have road shows in different parts of the country, actually meant for marketing, but they always had one dedicated section on product stewardship, where the customers got the opportunity to question and we could answer them. And slowly then product stewardship became an asset for the company. So I think this is driven more by the external pressures and force. To your next question as to how far we are equipped, I think just as they say necessity is the mother of invention, I would say rather that when there are external pressures, you invent methodology. So the seriousness of product stewardship was first felt by all companies which were exporting because they had no choice. They had to provide certificates. They had to provide test reports. They had to understand the regulations. But then many of these companies started realizing that if we can do this for foreign buyers, why this should not be done for our domestic market? So I think slowly businesses are getting tuned to it. But this shift, if I can continue for a couple of more minutes, this shift is quite slow. And with Madam sitting here, I can tell you a draft chemical management rule has come into play in 2017, and I can very proudly say that I was one of the architects in building up this regulation. But today we are in 23, still this has not been published in the Gazette and still not become the law. But the same company, there were companies who opposed this draft regulation, I remember very well, but the same companies very willingly were working towards REACH compliance when they wanted to export to Europe. So I think this is just a matter of time. I am very convinced that business cannot run without product stewardship. And each and every department within the organization, be it sourcing, be it warehousing, be it manufacturing, marketing, people involved in logistics, every department will be directly connected with product stewardship for some parameter or the other. And therefore, I think every company will, in days to come, will need to have their own, either an individual responsible for product stewardship, or if depending on the scale of the operations, maybe a product stewardship department.
Can be outsourced. Yeah.
Or if not, maybe they outsource this service from some expert company.
True. Thank you. I think, sir, in our education time, in our college days, it was not really part of our curriculum. So this is the right time to at least introduce in every textile education system to have product stewardship. In fact, sustainability overall was not there as a curriculum. So I think more overall is sustainability, and in particular.
You actually in some of the segments we are also looking at developing capacities now in terms of primarily it's a service sector where skill gap is huge. That is also one of the reasons that most of our MSME just feels diffident to get into the compliance mode, and unfortunately they are happier to bypass rather than do it very simply. It is not rocket science. If I sit also on most of the certificates, I can actually combine most of those certificates and say what are our core concerns. We just have to do a lot of tick marking there. So I think now, sir, the situation is different, and I would say largely coming with the quality push. This will also come in, and I'm sure this will actually generate jobs for our skilled persons across on this segment.
In my personal working in this department, I can tell you I virtually started from scratch. Even I did not know anything about product stewardship. And even after working in this right from 2004 till date, I don't think I am still aware of everything and am able to track all regulations worldwide. But one thing I prominently realized is that there is a need to introduce this product stewardship somewhere in the curriculum of our chemical courses. And a first small step has been taken. I have started taking courses for postgraduate students in MS University, Baroda. Last year we started that, and this year we will continue. But I think the time has come when we need to introduce, because it's a very complicated subject.
Yes.
And at least we need to have awareness to start with.
Sure, sir. So I think I can, for the encouragement of the student, so sustainability and chief sustainability officer has become one of the, most sought after position at this point, like any other CXOs. In fact, before taking up this job at Pulcra, I was the sustainability head at Welspun India Group Sustainability, but I didn't have any formal education on sustainability. But coming from the value chain, understanding the product and process, it was much easier to take care that, pick up that role. So it's a very upcoming field for the student. You can always, can look forward to pursue career in that area. So coming to the second round, keeping in mind the theme of our, conference, the synergy. So I would like to ask each panelist, maybe from your own, domain expertise, how do you see the synergy we already having? And what are the gaps, what all things we need to do better to have better synergy across the value chain? So I can again start with Mr. Gurdas Aras from the textile manufacturer. Among textile machine manufacturer, how we are, synergistic? And especially another point to the extension, because we are still largely, import dependent in terms of technology, leaving apart the spinning part. Most of the things we are still, import dependent. So how do you see as a synergy from supplier to the end user side?
Yeah. I think as far as the textile value chain is concerned, I'm very fortunate to have worked across 360 degree across the entire textile value chain, right from fiber to garments. So to be very honest, there is no synergy. It's a very bold statement. It's a very bold statement, but it's a reality. If you look at individual textile value chain, everybody has their own associations. Everybody has their own interest in mind. The spinners don't think of the garmenter. End of the day, if the entire value chain works together and we work as one industry, then I think things will change drastically. Now, for example, you come from fiber side. Man-made fibers, we know the story, why India depended on cotton all these years. And the reality is that man-made fiber industry, it was right a monopoly.
Yes.
The prices were dictated, supplies were dictated. I'm sorry to say there are some people from Birla Group here, Grasim, but it's a story for Reliance and Birla, two groups. I mean, everybody knows about it, but nobody talks about it. But somebody has to bite the bullet, and fortunately now, when, the government has removed the anti-dumping duty, I think the industry was first time delighted and they celebrated. Because end of the day, it's most important as a country that you export value-added products and not the fibers or yarns. Today's, as everybody knows, spinning is absolutely fairly modern. And therefore, India's share in the world global market of yarn is around 26-27%. However, when you come to the end product, it drops down to dismal 5.5%. So where does this difference from 27 to 5, 22% disappear? I mean, it disappears because the value addition is done by somebody else. And the simple reason is that, some of our segments like weaving, processing, for years together have not really modernized. Now, simple case is Tuft. Tuft has been one of the wonderful schemes, with a great intention. But if you see history, for a decade together, the spinning industry only took the whole advantage because the conditions of Tuft was that you should have last 3 years profitability X, Y, Z. Now, only spinning being in organized sector could get the advantage. Weaving, processing being in decentralized, they could not get. So, one day government woke up and, they removed spinning from it. So, actually, if you look at China, I'm amazed. I visited plenty number of times and every time there's a new learning. See, if you talk with a Chinese seller, even if he doesn't have his particular machine or particular product, he will still say, I'll supply you. He'll take from somebody else and supply or give this inquiry to somebody else. They all work as one China.
One China, yeah.
Here we have many Indias. And this is really, really a problem, great problem. So spinners think of only yarn, how they can, sell yarn with good margin. Weaving also has the same problem, fabric. End of the day, the sufferers are the end product, garment. Now, coming back to your, synergy, one biggest problem we have is that the whole value chain is totally fragmented. And it is creating a big problem because our logistics cost is very high. For example, cotton, nearly, majority of cotton is grown in the area where there are not much spindles. 48% of spinning capacity is in Tamil Nadu. But Tamil Nadu hardly grows cotton. So the cotton has to travel all the way from Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, all the way. Now, again, yeah, but of late, fortunately, spinning mills have come up in Gujarat also. And it has created. Yes. So, all these years there was absolutely an imbalance in the value chain. Then again, the yarn goes for fabric making to weaving markets.
True.
For example, Ichal Karanji.
Yes, so that's a cluster for weaving.
Clusters. So, again, processing, Ichal Karanji makes very good fabrics because last few years a lot of agents have come, but they don't have enough processing capacity. So it has to again travel to, let's say, Ahmedabad or to Surat. So this is a tragedy. Now the way forward, I think government, really has thought over this, and now, that's why this PM Mitra scheme has come. So unless and until we have integrated manufacturing capacities in our country, I think we can't compete, according to me. Secondly, we also have to understand why China is successful. See, in spite of the cost of manufacturing in China going multifold in last few years, whatever people may say China plus one, they are still holding on in textile, their share up to 30 to 33%. Can you tell me what is the reason? Why buyers are again going China in spite of all these problems?
We don't have any composite mills. That was the first thing.
No, the biggest.
The moment the composite mills went away, this problem started.
So the biggest key benefits China has, there are three factors on which the product is sold. One is quality consistency, not quality only, quality consistency. I think we can't give. Today we give one product, tomorrow if we supply after 1 month, you will have a different quality. Secondly, costing.
Costing, yeah.
I think costing or operational efficiencies are so high and so much of inefficiencies built in that we can never be cost competitive in the world. Never be cost competitive in the world. Yeah. And third is, I think, extremely sensitive issue. Our suppliers don't stick to the commitments.
So supply time delivery is a big challenge.
Never. China, if order is given, I think the turnaround period will be X, then X only, not X plus 1, X plus 2. This is really a very big problem. So actually coming back to the original subject of textile value chain, I think unless and until it is integrated together and people start taking quality and costing very seriously, you cannot be really speaking a
global leadership,
global player.
Global leadership.
Secondly, I would also like to say that the attitude and the perspective of the manufacturers to look at domestic consumers and to export consumers is different.
In a different eye you look at.
They make very good quality for exports, but domestic chalta hai. I think till such time we treat our customers with the same respect and same quality, I think we really cannot be a quality country.
Sure, sir. So a long way to go. We'll take a note of it as an industry. Now coming to Manoj, in terms of protective clothing, as we are, importing a lot of materials and technology also, how do you see there is a need for, because our need, our environment, our body structure for our firefighters could be different from, what is there in US or Europe. So how do you see we need to be more, keeping in mind the local demand in product designing? Because right now we have seen that during COVID times also, PP is, imported, that's not fitting into our nurses, Similarly, same thing initially happened for firefighters. So how do you see we need to take care of the local demand, so that really, import may not always work in some time. So some of the synergy where we need to work on, if you can highlight very quickly in a 1 minute.
Yeah. So there are two aspects. One is the material aspect and other is the quantification of those materials. So on the material aspect, it will be governed by the demand and supply. So I can again, if I reflect back in the history, I can see a pattern that when couple of oil industries started using FR clothing, eventually a ecosystem developed within the country which started manufacturing those articles. Similarly, when firefighters started using TOG, turnout gears, a entire ecosystem developed which was putting together all these suits together. And when an industry started utilizing it, then BIS also come into picture and started to put together standards, and they have taken a lot of feedback not only from the industry, from the academics, and a lot of people are participating, and they are putting together the test standards which, as you rightly mentioned, not meant for the foreign countries, but which makes sense for the Indian audience. And I can give you one example in that. So when it comes to standards, many of the international standard, they acknowledge that the person who is going to buy it, they have a fair bit of understanding about it. So they give various performance criteria in the standard. But we do know that at the end of the day, if we talk about customers, they might not be that much informed about the standard. So they very quickly realize that we cannot have multiple performance criteria in the standard. So they have to stick with only one performance criteria in the standard to make it very easier for the customer to pick and choose the product that they want. So I can see both of these things are progressing. So there are a lot of standards which have been developed, but so right now, if I look at both these aspects, so I think in fire protection we have made a very fair advancement. From a fire protection perspective, there are a lot of materials available, there are a lot of standards available, but when it comes to other needs like cut protection for hands or chemical protection, I think there still we have a way to go. And you have rightly pointed out the issue of COVID. So that was the time when almost the entire industry, garment industry, shifted overnight, making into a chemical protective garment. They were struggles, but I think eventually they figured it out. But what is now seen is like whether they want to seriously enter into this segment, because this is in a segment which is never going to end. But then you need to start kind of investing on the innovation side as well, because there was an aspect of comfort that was highlighted during the COVID time, and there were photographs which were circulated where the medical service provider, they were kind of completely drenched with the sweat. So you need to have innovations in the protective layer. So you need to kind of provide a barrier to the bacteria, but you allow the body to breathe. So I think like all those things are going to come place, and then eventually the testing criteria will also be established, not from the COVID perspective, that's we have already established, but from the chemical protection point of view. So these are the few deliberation which are happening at BIS level. So both things parallelly, when they will start to kind of go together, eventually an ecosystem will take place, which will have manufacturing as well as pull for these products.
Thank you, Manoj.
Just to bring synergy into what you said about the PPE kits, our Citra has already developed the new material with much more comfort. So therein I want much more interface with the industry to put in the funds and bring it out. I'm sure there would be corporate hospitals who would be willing to get into that level. Two, we have some other organizations who have developed material for TB resistance, which protects the secondary infection, and the same material can be used in PPE. So I need more synergy there. You know, that's what I meant in the morning. So just to add on to you.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Coming to Professor, how do you see the textile processing sector and dyes and chemical manufacturers like us? What are the synergy or what are the gaps you see? You know, what area we need to improve upon?
Sab has already elaborated on the synergy, or rather the gaps in the synergy. I will just add one more point to that. We also feel that there is a gap in the textile processing related space or segment, the skilled human resource, or utilizing the skilled human resource, because this is the segment which, as we understand, this is the most complicated or complex segment, because there are so many different types of fiber, natural fibers, regenerated, synthetic, then there are blends, different forms, fiber, yarn, fabric, garment, so many different types of machineries, different processes, different types of dyes, chemicals. So the complexity involved here is so huge that to handle those complexities, because ultimately what we need is the quality and consistent quality, as sir rightly mentioned, and for that we need skilled human resource. And unfortunately what we have observed is that of late the institutes like ICT, the premium institute, our students who graduate from this institute, they don't get adequately employed by the industry. So this is one gap which we feel, that the students who are so enthusiastic, who are willing to work in the industry, but they don't get the work opportunity. Industry prefers people who are probably available at a very low cost basis, and ultimately they land up in this problem of not achieving the quality or not providing the consistent quality. So probably this is one area.
No, very true, sir. So I can give the example of Bardhaman Mills. You know, when I joined there as a GD, they used to treat UDCT as good as IIT, you know. So the scale was different for UDCT. So there is value for good educational institute, you know, students passing out from good institute. I am sure the situation will improve in coming days. Already people are facing in terms of manpower shortage for key production areas. Soft floor, you don't have right skill set. You can get now good marketing guys, but there are hardly people who can run the plant. So I have seen many industries, they are keep on extending the, you know, they cannot superannuate their production head. You give him extension for 2-3 years. So I think days will improve in coming days. So coming to Sandeep on, you know, from the retail side, I think you are also, as a Indian retailers, we are also importing from our neighboring countries, Bangladesh, sometimes even from China and Vietnam. So how do you see, you know, what are the gaps as an Indian apparel manufacturer, or, you know, indirectly the entire value chain, what are the gaps you see in terms of synergy which we need to improve, and how do you compare the international versus domestic sources?
When we look at synergies that is happening in retail, there are two parts to it. One is from the demand side and the other is from the supply side. So with our country, we have been extremely fortunate with the demand side. The growth of the economic growth, the demand growth, and those growth, the e-com coming in, so all that business, there's been massive investments in the demand side, where new players have come in. They have pushed in a lot of money. They have made accessibility to the farthest of corners of people. So that way we have done phenomenally well. When it comes to the supply side, as Shar also mentioned, we have challenges. And when it comes to our retailing, yes, we do source garments from across the board, largely from Bangladesh, China, and India, and also Sri Lanka and Vietnam and all this. And what I see from a retail perspective is that these countries, they have made an they are kind of category killers in some respect. In terms of, let's say, Bangladesh, so if you are looking at products which are anything which is till the MRP of 799, 899, where your cost should be 200, 300 rupees. So Bangladesh does a killing there. So we cannot compete with Bangladesh when it comes to our entry price point products. When it comes to China, there's lot of largely your denims and wovens. We are still not able to compete with them. We are completely dependent on China to get those kind of fabrics. When it comes to say Sri Lanka, you again have the intimate wear, which they are phenomenally way ahead. So what is happening whenever we are looking at these products, set of products, we have to look at them. So with India, what I see, I think we have a huge opportunity since we are in a rich country in terms of cotton. We are also a very leather rich country. So the resources are there. As sir mentioned, we need to focus more on specialization, and also as a country, we are extremely rich with our traditions. With the weaving patterns, the designs, if we can infuse that into the whole value addition, I think we can do phenomenally well. And it would be very widely accepted with the people as well. And trust me, as a retailer, when we deal with the Chinese or Bangladesh, the best communication that we have is our country people. I mean, it's very easy to communicate. It's very easy. So we are always dependent with them, and you have import duties. For China, you have to get into a particular place, let's say Kolkata, and then sprinkle it across the country. So we have a lot of issues there. With India, we don't have such issues in terms of getting deliveries on time. Those have improved massively in the past 5, 7, 10 years.
Okay.
Those have improved massively, but we still, I believe there's lot of fabrics which are not available, where we need to get those fabrics, import those fabrics from China. That is where a big chunk of the thing gets stuck. And the second is this entry price point product, because after all, India is extremely price sensitive country. I mean, we all want product at a lesser price. That is where they hit.
So
Really
even after paying the import duty, garments are cheaper from other countries. So this is really a lot of efficiency we need to improve in the supply chain here.
Last year, first quarter, we had 237 million worth imports in last year, 22-23. This, it has increased to 456, which is almost 219 more, which I was analyzing yesterday for some other meeting. So there is something on the value addition front, definitely. There is a gap, and I would have loved to have somebody here to tell us what is the issue, because every time whatever is asked for is being done. Today, raw material is not an issue. I would say, yes, processing is, but then value addition can still be done, and that generates for us maximum livelihood. So we would look at that. Sandeepan, one small thing in terms of synergy, as well as asking you, when you said you do a lot of analysis in terms of positioning the products, so how are you doing? You are using AI, or you are doing the typical data mining and data analysis?
So AI has not yet come in. We have, it is
Other segments.
So
I
it
want
is
to know
not,
how much you are using it.
for now, till retail, it has not gotten.
Okay.
What retail is dependent is on softwares. There are a lot of consulting companies, big companies like the big IT companies, who provide us with softwares, and those softwares are extremely customized to our requirements.
Okay.
So we don't have to really mine data, because those softwares give us data day in day out. So whatever.
And they are maintained by some Indian vendors only, the software?
It is largely
okay,
maintained
fine.
by
As
us.
long as it is some
We are-
other sector from
we
India
are
only.
actually phenomenally well in that particular segment in terms of software maintenance and the data mining part.
So, Dr. Wagankar, if you can highlight some of the synergy which we need in the chemical industry in terms of product stewardship, and also if there is a need for harmonization, because as a chemical manufacturer, what we are facing challenge is that, some buyers are asking for GOTA, somebody asking for Ocotex, somebody asking from ZDHC, Tox FMD. You have at least dozens of, certification. Finally, the same product I am certifying in 10 different, bodies. Finally, ending, you are paying off for each certification and consumer is going to pay. So finally, you are becoming, I understand that needs to be, non-toxic, you need to have a certification and third-party check. But how we can really avoid these duplications? So instead of having 12 different standards and you pay for each of them, how you can really harmonize? Can there not be a BIS or ISO or something, we choose one, agree upon one common standards as a industry and really adopt it so that even it is good for the consumers, they are not confused with so many standards, which is happening in organic space as well, even in food and other categories.
Yeah, this has been a nightmare for me also when I was handling product stewardship. But I think we need to change the thought process. Maybe what I say now may sound quite simple for me, but very difficult to actually practice. But what I realized that when we started, there was a massive requirement of Ecotex certification. So we kept on taking one product at a time, checking all the parameters of Ecotex, and then saying that, okay, this meets Ecotex norms, this does not meet. But we did not create a good database. It was always a case-to-case handling. Then there were other retailer standards like H&M and all, Mark and Spencer, Hennes Moritz and all. And every time we were actually manually doing the same thing again and again. But if you really forget the standards or the customer retailer standard requirements on one side for a short time, and just concentrate on analyzing your product in terms of all the chemistry, the toxicity, the environmental issues, the biodegradability issues. If you create your database for the product rather than targeting the standard, then you will come to a conclusion after some time that, look, this product, it meets Ecotex, it meets H&M, it meets everything. I don't need to make different studies for different things. And this is possible only if there is a dedicated product stewardship department or person. If you ask the R&D guy or the production guy or the marketing guy to do the job parallelly, this can never happen. So that's why in the first this thing I said that the days have come when every chemical manufacturing unit will need to have a product stewardship department. Now we have this ZDHC MRSL, which is one step of harmonization. That you look into the manufacturing level of the RSLs and correlate them to the application level. Then you have chemical gateways and all. A number of tools have now come where you can virtually skin your product to ensure that it will meet all the requirements of different retailers and different standards. But as I said, this would really require a very dedicated study with a peace of mind. I mean, you can't do this parallel to some other activity.
Sir, is it what you say, if I understand, is what one looked at for the social and labor convergence platform, something similar?
No, this is...
No, I mean to say in terms of framework. Once you get certified, that is accepted by everybody else. Or once your indicators are finalized together, what ITMF has done, that can be actually from the side of brands also. They say that you and your particular, I mean to say, the product manufacturing unit qualifies for it. We have actually tried to do it, kind of adopt it for Indian this thing also. They have developed it for us. Now, what you are saying is that we do our own mapping and then kind of say that I am on such and such a scale, but who is going to give that scale to us?
No, as I said, when we need to do our own mapping. What I understand, what I'm trying to say is that we need to have a very clear understanding of the requirements of all the standards. But when you really start comparing the standards, not much is differing.
So finally, the product remains same.
Let's say you talk of
No, sir. My thing is there has to be a scale or a calibration. There, when I say on this particular point, I am at 6.5. On this, I am on 7.5. Is there a convergence at least among scales?
So, madam, I think you are talking about the overall ESG framework, but here we are talking primarily chemical.
Saying that
Yes,
one
yeah.
framework.
So that's the larger umbrella.
Is it parallel to that? Here we are saying, and do we have some kind of a very standardized convergence of the scale?
No.
Then you don't need a person to all the time do for each product.
No, there is not a direct conversion scale as such available. But as I said, the parameter requirements are almost parallel for all the standards. They may differ in terms of, say for example, band amines. In band amines, if you look at the European government regulation, they used to talk only about 22 amines. Then some retailer came and he required 24 amines. Then I think courts came up with a standard which required 30 amines. So that is a sort of difference. But if I have done my thorough band amine testing for my product, whether I am going to certify for 20 amines or 22 amines or 30 amines, it is not going to make a difference. So inherent, first we have to understand the matrix and then prepare your.
Do it. Would where the buyer accept it sumoto, or they will again iterate it against their own calibration?
No, again there are two distinct groups. I would say there are some buyers who will be willing to accept in terms of self-declaration and your internal reports. So you have done the testing, you have made your own self-certification, and the buyer accepted. Certain buyers, however, will insist for a third-party testing. So they will not accept your declaration.
True. Yeah. Thank you, doctor. Yes. So that is the, as an industry we are facing the challenge.
Yeah.
So it will take time, I think, to come to a common platform. So coming to the end of our round, we will have a very quick, only maybe in a sentence or 2 words, because Indian textile industry passing through a challenging time. So if you have any 2 suggestions, it may not be the perfect or it may not be a single solution, but any 2 suggestions which you would like to give to the Indian industry, each one of you. We can start with Manoj. Any quick pointers which comes to your mind.
One thing which quickly come to my mind is like that we have to forge partnership. I think alone I may not be able to solve all things, but by having partnership I can make products which are very differentiated in value.
So partnership is your. Dr. Okankar, any suggestion, quick suggestion?
I think I'll repeat what I said, that educational institutes must include product stewardship in their curriculum as a first step, and this will automatically create a band of people who can address these issues in different organizations.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Arasi.
Yeah, I come from textile machinery industry, so I always look at it as a catalyst for the industry. So if textile industry has to grow, the textile machinery industry also has to grow. Now, unfortunate part is 60% of textile machinery still gets imported.
Imported, yeah.
So in my view, I think lot of work needs to be done. There's no need to reinvent the wheel, but we can really encourage from government side also. I think bring in the technologies, collaborations. There are few things. Spinning, I think largely it is there.
We are
Now, worst part is the weaving, because government's policy says that man-made fibers now under focus. Now,
water jet
are not manufactured. All come from China, mainly China only. And if you see, if just weaving, in a year, roughly 12,000 to 14,000 looms get imported. Processing, a lot of things, garmenting, simple swing stitching machines get imported. Yeah. So I think textile machinery has to get maybe some scheme to have a complete, textile machinery park. Then I think India can really take a bigger leap, according to me. China is success factor. One of them is their domestic textile
machinery. And that is, I think, 1/10 of the European machine cost. Yes. Yeah, Sandeep, on any quick.
Yeah. From a retail perspective, I think the next big opportunity for us lies in bottom of the pyramid. That is your tier 3 and tier 4 cities. That is where the whole focus is going to be. And if we really need to be able to win that race, what the retail industry will probably require is affordability, affordable products. The second is linear lead times. So if these 2 things are met, the requirement which is going to come in from these bottom of the pyramid because in terms of the disposal money and all that which they have now, it is going to be massive. And if we can give affordable products, leaner lead times, we'll do extremely well.
So you save on your working capital needs and long distribution
So you can
channel.
rotate the money.
Rotate the money
terms
much
can,
faster.
yeah.
Yeah, Professor, you have any suggestion?
So in this textile supply chain, the highest value addition comes from the processing segment, because the consumer, whenever he buys a product, he will
Touch.
look at the
Look and feel.
look. That means how the color pattern is there, or what is the color design, and the feel, touch, and then only the decision will be made. The consumer is not interested in this spun or weave, or what is the kind of type of fiber which is used in the product. And
True.
this is the most neglected segment, or the weak link, that is what we say, because eh, in terms of the value, if we see, on an average approximately 7% is the actual cost of the dyes and chemicals which go in manufacturing the textile. But this 7% is actually giving the highest value to the product.
True.
And there, if the quality is not kept as per the required norms, or the processing is not done properly, then ultimately the
So focus,
reprocessing.
more
So
focus on the
processing.
processing part for value addition. Okay, so now we can open the for question and Q&A session to the audience. So if anyone has got any follow up. Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead. No. It's
Quizzing and disturbed
so
your
now
sessions.
now it's formally open
So I
to everyone.
apologized on that because I would have forgotten, though I write, but I just wanted to interject at that point of time only so that I can get my.
Sure.
Anyway, before if nobody else has, I want to ask you, Sandeep, and you would be knowing about this India size thing, India size project, which government of India has done. With NIFT has done. Now, in terms of the retailing, how do you look at it as contributing to our, that whole project of domestic market? Export is later. India size, I'm talking about India size. Althuser has done for China size. So this whole project, do you think would give some kind of much more grounding to our retail segment, or what is the feedback from the industry on that? Or by any chance, if you are not aware, then I will have to ask the folks that why haven't they reached out to you?
So I don't have a very detailed understanding of it, but the retail industry, the fashion retail industry, as I say, all these companies that we have been working with, we work very closely with NIFT. All the people, like I myself, I come from NIFT, so we all work very closely with NIFT, and all these projects which NIFT does, it is
Project done by Delhi NIFT, and it is basically we have all these sizes, UK, US, or whatever China has done for itself. India also started 2017, but finally I think it has come to more or less a closure last year. And the idea was, though everybody has their own doubts about considering the kind of diversity we have, that's where I want to ask retail's confidence that we can have that kind of uniformity in terms of standardization of sizes in India. I mean, I'm sure you people would have been taken on board while defining the project outlines.
Ma'am, what I would like to tell you is that I don't know what we draw from this project in our retail framework, but as sizing goes, size is an extremely critical factor that we do, and every product that we make, it has a different size cut to it, and it has a different background of analysis to it. What I'm trying to tell you is, if it's a, let's say it's a kurti, okay, if it's a full sleeve kurti, it's a 3/4 and a sleeveless, and with the length and with the neckline, it will all have a different size cut, and the analysis is customized to zones as well. The only problem is MOQs. If the customization goes very high, then it is the MOQ which we have to meet, or else this size that I'm not sure how much the retail industry has drawn from this project.
To know whether we can actually draw so much, because already we have each of the labels. You have a UK label, you have a
Yes,
USA,
yes,
you
yes,
have
yes,
this.
yes, yes,
Now
yes, yes.
adding another list of India labels, wherein we again you say zonal. There are huge differences
Yes, absolutely.
in terms of zones, maybe within
Yeah,
the same state. The
yeah.
eastern side would have
Yes.
different, and when
Yes.
eastern India and western India is
Yeah.
a huge difference.
Yeah.
So how does it actually help the retail, or rather I would say the garmenting industry, targeting the domestic market? Because then we are looking at the actually money coming from the new pockets.
Yeah. So I think I'll have to,
Go
probably
back.
get back and understand this thing.
I'll
Yeah.
be interested in knowing.
But I did spend some time in the Gulf market, in Dubai, Landmark Group. So there, when we used to source products, and we generally used to source more of our products from China and Bangladesh, and if it was very high value-added product, it was probably from Turkey, the denims. So there, the sizes for all the Gulf markets are very different. So there, this whole ergonomics was an extreme importance play. But India, it is just, we just have one sizes. If you look into Indian garments, we don't put any of the other sizes in the domestic market. So
It's only specific to India.
Specific to
so
India.
I think, madam, then adoption will be much more easier if we have at least less slabs. Like you have S, L, double XL. So we need to be, how many. Then the SKU management will be a challenge in terms of inventory. So as long as we are number of slabs are limited, then we are okay, because we need not put a tag for UK and US, which is specifically meant for domestic retail. Maybe outsourcing or importing from other countries could become a complex then. Yeah. Anyone?
I think it is 2002 or 3, ITC just came to market. And they wanted to explore some Indian demographic system. And at that time, I was in TIT Fashion and Apparel Division. And we studied there are 6,000 demographic structure in India from Indian Anthropology Society. And at the same thing, the trousers are shorter in Chandigarh and longer in Kohima or Manipur. Okay. And then we standardized some for wheel sports. They wanted to, at that time, they really wanted to make some Indian size fit. Okay. And the beauty is that if you know that most of the Indians brands at that time are much more male-centric. Women used to go local by boutiques and they used to more size fit. And they purchase, but they again alter it with their known tailor. Okay. So they are not bothered ki how much we are getting like that. That's why you will say Western size till Indian women's. They make their body to fit in Western size rather than their own size. And in ethnic, they mostly alter their local by boutiques or known person. So for that, Sandeepan, just I recall that there is a gap and somebody is doing. I am thankful that madam that NIPT is doing today or right then. And I will urge Indian companies should adopt it. Okay, that's why. And another point is just I was hearing that regarding that China comparison. Just one simple example. Uniqlo, they launch a product, wrinkle-free women's top without chemical. That is their product and very good product. We purchased the garment
100%
from China.
cotton?
I am telling you, this is 100% wrinkle-free without chemical. We purchased the garment, analyzed. It is a core spun technology. And we developed. Core is polyester and surface is viscose. So feel is viscose, polyester is the core. We developed at our Aditya Birla center. We made sample somehow in-house, dyed, print, everything. We sold at that time to Sahi Exports. They got order from Uniqlo in Japan. 6 months, they did not get any single supplier from India. And they shifted the sourcing to China. And last year, in September, 6 million garments they exported. All fabric came from China. And unfortunately, we jointly with Aditya Birla Group and Sahi chased to our Indian leading textile mill to develop. Still last 3 months, there is no response. This is what the madam is.
I'll just add to this. do you know how much is the share of India?
The sample is with us. If anybody comes to Birla Center, we will show that how that sample. More than thousands people, they touch that. Still, there is no wrinkle.
No, I'll pick up your point. I'll tell you. How much is India's share in the garment imports of Japan? Japan imports in a very huge quantity garments. Do you know how much percent is India's share? Anybody guess? Is only 1.5%. India is totally missing Japanese market. Totally. That's why again and again I'm saying quality, quality, quality. Pardon? No, despite having an FTA, and I think, madam, you must be knowing, Nesikan has established a laboratory in Gurgaon for 2 years for perfecting the quality, training the entrepreneurs and manufacturers. We are yet not able to get out of 1.5%.
But sir,
Yeah, madam, one thing is that Uniqlo, particularly the most rapidly growing retail in the world, they are the first retail who exploit the technology rather than fashion. The technology, they even use 20 different fibers in one yarn to get the attributes of each fiber. They use different weaving and knit technology to get the right product. And their USP is reduce the GSM of the fabric so that the cost of the production will low, but use more technology. Their USP. They are using human capital more technology, reduce raw material and innovative product. And they are one of the most smallest retail shop around the world. If you go, the smallest retail shop in Uniqlo, the highest growth rate. So there is a technology. And in India, if you go to any product development people in India, only EPI, PPI, GSM changes. And two fiber blend is okay. 3 fiber blend nahi hoga, sir.
Complex.
Complex. 4 fiber, or sir, you are coming from different planet. This is the scenario. So flexibility of product development, mindset is very, very difficult. 4-5 fiber blend is very important.
True. No,
This is the scenario.
In technical textile,
As madam has asked that what is the actually pain points, I just from the side of this side.
Thank you. In spite of all the trouble between China and Japan, Japan still depends up to 55% garment import from China.
Yeah, but sir, they also have their own investment in China. So a lot of Chinese company, they have 100%.
True, but I mean what he said makes big sense.
Makes sense.
Development of product in viscose. My colleague is here. Only 30s and 34 count was there. 40 count, no. And we have to make fabric what reed is available in our weaving sector. If there is reed is required, they will not adopt it. Their reed, pig reed has to be the same what they are producing. Then only the new product will be adopted in the industry.
So
Gaurav, am I right?
It's more of a cultural change we need to do. Any other, anyone else has got any? Okay, thank you. If no question, we can come to an end for the panel discussion and also the wonderful, I think, discussion we had. Thank you each panelist and also to the audience, you being a very wonderful audience for the panel discussion. Thank you everyone. Thanks for your contribution. I think a lot of important points came out during the discussion and it's the food for thought for coming days. Thank you. Thank you. So learning during the discussion.
Special thanks to the Professor Kale and the hardworking people.
Oh yes.
Thank you, sir, for such a mind-boggling session. I now request Mr. Satyapriya Das, Assistant General Manager Innovation Wellspun India Limited, to felicitate Mr. Umashankar Mahapatra with a memento. I request Mr. Zope from Textile Association of India, Mumbai Unit, to felicitate Dr. Dilip Wakankar with a memento. request Professor R.D. Kale, HOD Textile Department, to felicitate Mr. Manoj Zaveir with a memento. I request Dr. Sandeep More, Assistant Professor, Textile Department, ICT, to felicitate Mr. Gurudas Aras with a memento. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Santosh Biranje, Assistant Professor, Textile Department, ICT Mumbai, to felicitate Mr. Sandeepan Maji with a memento. I request Professor K.D. Gawan, Treasurer, Textile Association of India, Mumbai Unit, to felicitate Professor Ashok Atle with a memento. I now invite the coordinator of the conference, Dr. Saptarshi Maiti, to deliver vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, eminent speakers and panel members of the conference, participants, my colleagues, students and friends present here, I thank you all for joining us in today's event. First of all, I'd like to thank the industries for their generous contributions financially. I would specifically like to mention the name of the sponsors, Agilis India, CST India Private Limited and Archroma India Private Limited for their benevolent support. I sincerely express my gratitude to Srimati Roop Rashi Madam, our Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textile, Government of India, for accepting our offer to be the chief guest of today's program and giving us her valuable time. Thank you, ma'am. Your presence and speech has always been inspiring for us. I take this opportunity to thank all the speakers and panel members who have come from different sectors of the textile industries to share their thoughts and ideas with us, filled with their rich industrial experience. It was really a learning section for all of us. I am grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor A.B. Pandit, for his gracious presence among us during the inaugural session. I would also like to thank our Registrar, Professor R.R. Deshmukh, for his support for conducting this event. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Ravindra Kale, the head of the Department of Fibres and Textile Processing Technology, ICT, for his enthusiasm, tireless effort, and encouragement to the colleagues to make any program successful. I would also like to thank our senior professors, Professor Adi Verakar and Professor Atle, for their constant guidance and support. With extreme joy, I especially thank the co-organizer of today's event, the Textile Association India, Mumbai Unit, especially the chairman, Mr. V.C. Gupte, honorary secretary, Mr. Arun K. Narkar, and Mr. Harish Parak in helping us to organize this conference along with his team. I'm also grateful to all the volunteers, PGs and PhDs, whose tireless efforts have made arranging this program possible and grandeur. Last but not the least, I thank all the participants and audience and the students for joining us in this event. I'm sure you must have gained some memorable experiences from today's conference. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you, sir. We are immensely thankful to the students, faculty, and the industry personnel for their active participation. We are also thankful to the Textile Association of India, Mumbai Unit, for this collaboration and bringing out such an intriguing and learning conference. Thank you. I now request all of you to rise for national song, Vande Mataram.
Shyamala Mataram
I now request you all to proceed for the high tea arranged outside, and the panelists of the last session are requested here for a good photograph, please.